Ah.
Yes, 727-452-7794. Sure, Lincoln Cronin, CROA. Is this Andre by any chance? Yes, Lincoln last name Cronin, CROA. Is this Andre by any chance? Okay, didn't get lucky. But all right, so we have an open trouble ticket, and our mainstream ISO we believe it has problems. So we sent a little video with an email this morning. I haven't heard back from anybody. We're in the middle of a variety of events. This is a problem for us. And I understand that there's a way of getting a loaner diagnose the problem with the other one. We don't want to pay for that. So I want to move that forward. All right, so let me give you, are you the technician? All right, so let me give you the trouble ticket number so we can move this forward. This will be escalate this. One moment. Let me look it up on my email. Okay, so it is #XGX24510458. I can look at it. I'm sitting in front of it. Where do I find it? I'm already registered. It's on the bottom. So I did this before. I'll do it again. On the white sticker, I believe. 949-9836. Now the frequency of that event is occurring. It's a higher frequency. Now it happens twice in the middle of the event. Then our video goes to snow. We're having difficulties with microphones. When we power cycle in order to get everything back, some of the settings change. So, sure. It is now, yeah. Now it's happening. It used to, this has been going on since just before that last call regularly, but once a time, the power cycle is fine. Now it's not fun. Now it's doing it more than once even after we do that. So the issue is becoming more frequent. Yes. Firmware is current. I was told there's no new firmware when I talked to Andre. So here's the deal. At this point, I'm pretty clear that we need to get somebody involved who can start the process of sending us one, because right now we're losing our viewers because they're putting then be able to weed out the stuff that's not virtues out of it. I do the same when people call me. Yep, I know. This is the result of my previous ones. Hello, test, test, test. Hello, test, test, test.
Oh, sorry.
How about now? Okay, so I'm going to try the other mic. How about now? How about now? How about the volume? This is Drupon's. How about the volume and quality for this one? Okay, let me see what I can. Yes, sir, I'm here. So I bought it through B&H Photo, so yeah. So about it. All right, so all right, so what kind of time frame are we dealing with? Eric, can you talk into the boom mic over there, or whatever that's called? That's which one? The one to the right.
Testing, one.
I did. Hold on. How about now?
Testing. Yep.
Which one are you trying out?
Talking very quietly. Very quietly. Very quietly.
So which one would be the one that's bad? Where would I find that? Is it on my desktop? So text me the channel that was a problem. That way I can show it. So I'm looking at the fingers, A2 and A8 and A1. Okay. And so there was a problem with Drupon, but what was the issue with going up? Was staticky or something? But it was staticky on Zoom only or on the PA? PA. And also Zoom, I assume, too, right? So there could have been some kind of interference with signals or something. So this is James. I think they'll probably
it's a miracle. I actually have off every Monday. But I work the double Saturday and Sunday. They're gonna give me 2 days off in a row. So me as people, 4 days in a row. And then the crew of the first night to tell hospital. So she goes up and drives, good night, takes a shower, goes to bed. What hours does she work? 12, 7, 7. And she get like 3 days off though, you know? Sometimes a week. Yeah, depends on how it falls. But then while I'm on day shift, she's better get the 4 days out of the bed. There's no coffee that day. Yeah, I work 4 days a week too. I don't normally pick up doubles, but this week I'm doing it like But no, I'm busy. I have like practice and all this stuff. And she's like, okay. Like 3 minutes like, Jennifer, please, we don't ever ask you for anything. I'm like, I need some medicine, go to practice. But that's why Isaac and I asked his Eminence if it's okay, like if we have our AirPods in our ears and like on Zoom. Because I didn't want to miss it. I'm highly attracted to the medicine. Something draws me to that. I think it's my profession, yeah. So I was happy to. And it's recorded, so that was another benefit. Exactly. So, well, plus the weekends are really like laid back. And she gave me because I told her Saturday especially was a very special day, so she gave me a really easy section of it. So I had like 95% attention to the practice of it. So, and like the section I had
Maybe they're not working. Testing, testing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We will start with the opening prayers on page 5 of the prayer books. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. So just kidding, we're going to start at the very beginning, page 1. Sorry, I was thinking it was thrown off because it's afternoon, so, like...
It's just starting.
So we're just starting, just a test. Beginning on page 1 of the prayer book. Once in Tibetan and once in English, once in Tibetan. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood.
Tarba dan dam je jembe parado jo bara je ba tam je je to je ma nam ga dan nyambe sem je dam je dewa dan den dong ra dan je nyor da la la me bara yang da bara zo be e chang jo ren je to ba ja.
Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind.
Ti ji do song ma ji ji war de lung a yi song ge wa la go ma ji war de lung a yi song ge wa la go tu de ren ne song de ni ma song da zong ji war de lung a yi song ge wa la go.
All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Yidams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom.
Nam ge da da nyam ne sem je tam je cho je de song je ti je ye wa tam je ge song do yon den zhen la tam je je mo wa jo wa cho je gong bo dong zha je je za yin jo ne pa me gen de tam je je ma da chen chen za wa dong ju ba je be ba de la ma tam ba nam la yab se je wo ye da jin ga je la zo nam la yab se je wo sang je jum de de nam la yab se je jo nam la yab se je wo ba be gen de nam la yab se je wo ba wo gan zhou je zhong song yi xie jie jian dan den ba nam la yab se je wo.
Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path.
Oi Zhang Zhe Nian Bo Jie Jie Wa Sang Jie Nam La Jiao Se Jie Chu Dan Chang Chu Sen Ba Ye Cuo Lan Di Yin Jiao Se Jie Jie Dan Ngo Jie De Jie Jie Chang Chu Tu Nian Ji Ba Tong Chang Chu Sen Bie La Ba La An Te Da Ren Jie Ni Ba Da Rai Di Jin Zhuo La Pen Dong De Chang Chu Sen Ne Jie Jie Xin Di Jin De Ne La Ba La Ren Ba Xin De La Ba Jie Wo Sang Jie Chu Dan So Jie Chu Nam La Chang Chu Ba De Da Ne Jiao Se Jie Da Ge Jian So Jin Be So Nam Jie Do La Bin Jie Sang Jie Zhu Ba Xiu Ma Nam Ga Da Nian Be Sem Jie Dam Jie Nga Wa Dan De Jie dan den bara chur je dong ra dang dong ra ge ju dan de ra chur je dong ra me be de wa dang de wa chur je ye cha da ni da de we dong yong la ni wa chur je me za ra sa ma za be za ra sa ma za me za ra sa ma za ma le sem je gun je gong je je de de bong je me ze jum ze la ngo na ma le ji ji je je be jum de gur je ne de ye zo zo ar ga ba de bu we du we a lo ge ge de ni we ba de za so sa ye bo je jo je me do dong je ra ning je nian de jian ban sang jie xian la mei de gu wa yin zhou ge nam da xian de jiu ba shuo qiang zai wa dan jiu jin ya wa dan ji sui ye ran ge jin zhou wa ye wa jiong zai da ge jie sa ba tam qi zuo bei chang zhu jian bo
Okay, so we'll do page 11 in English. Namo. To the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the three realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the five wisdoms of omniscience, gracious one, the embodiment of love, precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this my mortally unborn, completely pure mind. Transcending conqueror, the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of gods and men, I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of two-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth you proclaimed, I am supreme in this world. To you who are wise even then, I prostrate. As in a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain, the one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment. To you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you among the 3 levels of existence is most exquisite. Unparalleled omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace. To that one, the one who dwelled at Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone, the pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth. To the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the 3 higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha I also prostrate.
So page 14, 1-4. Om Baba jambul shunu jubala chansa loi jenye soda chujun jede no duson yuwa meye senge lage malu dada tamje la ludang aye tangwe chanje wo sambo jobe molong doda ke jawa tamje yeje ngozom Chenge dunye lura duba ye jawa gula raude chanze lo Luje dena dunye sanje seje guna yoba Jala chuje yana malu ba tamje jawa dake kawaramu Dada ngakwa meze janzo na yanje yana janzo ragun Gyawa gunje yonten rabyo jen gyawara yekwa tamche dake do Wame to tamba chingwa tamba tang sinye namtang chukwa dungja Marme chodang dubo tamba ye gyawa tada tane chokpara je Naza tamba namtang chencho tang chima parme rewa nyamba Chimara mabe chogun je gyawa tada lane chokpara je Joba kana lami jache wa tada gyawa tamche layam Sambo jola depe doda ke gyawa kula changten chokpara je Doja chedan demu wangye ne ludan nadan di yin ye Jiwa dake jiwa jinje ba tada tamje dake soso ya Choje jawa yuntan sanje se rangja namdang lodang mela Luwa gunje sona kangla yang tada gunje jese da ye rang Kana joje jeten roma ta jangchu rambara sanje ma jai Rombo tada dake tamje lan kolo lana mewa korwa Nyanya tada kanye tada lan rowa guna pinjin gewe je Gewa jenge dunye shoba yang dake timo rojar suwa je Changse walan chuje yawa Jese yaran gujin suwa ye gewa chungse dake jeza ba tamje sobe changchu chenpo
Okay. And so then we'll do the Vajrayana 7-branch prayer found in the Winter Teaching book. I prostrate to the Vajra masters and glorious Buddhas of the 3 times. I take refuge with non-dual mind in the 3 supreme ones, the ground of the teachings. I offer pure offerings for you to enjoy, both real and emanated through the mind. I confess all downfalls without exception that obstruct the river of accomplishments. I rejoice in the unattached conduct of the Dharma of the purified 3 spheres of the 10 directions. I give rise to the immaculate, perfected, enlightened mind of the purified 4 extremes. I offer my body through the 3 purities to the Sagatas and Bodhisattvas. Gathering all the virtue accumulated in my lifetimes, I dedicate it to supreme enlightenment. And then we will go back to the prayer book and we'll read page 16, the request for teachings. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the 2 vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings. Samjen Namje Sambatong Maloye Jeda Jeda Wa Che Chon Demo De Kwaye Chuje Korlo Korde So
Zong je dan je je ngo re don jing go jamso chabda garin sume tuje kamsum juji jarbo shabji bimodor Trashin Chama me balango rada de gosam kurba jimbo gone cham darshin japsan chewo yavane serab jinchwa tan to tsewa jimbo gone jeso sonde jushin jala bananza do Kange charson dawe mangong kasan zumben don trashin tembe sevo san chosan rinjo kume das Tukjin dama gune juren jiten somjin gong jabe tong pima karbo deren dalo yen zoro jong urjen zonlen pime tong boze jarbe namcho rongjong lunjir Chanzo peyi yoden zomba we pima june dalo pen zoro jong Jeni danga shi jin sui ben jen ze jin go ra gong jen ro kun ze mu man ba san ze lo ru kun de yen da Go dong ye je de ba me gong ju yin ga lan ze ba gong jan bar xiong na kun len ga we zo gen jo yin zhuo ben ma ga bon zun bei xe le song wo zi de dong ge cha Nge ma za lo rong jo zo we yong jen a ge dan Kongre to garan chi nyambo ngor yoden gunjong gavi jizat Nyambo don ze bibi nan jurba chime wazrajak Da ye jong shi ya gun zeng zho la jizi de chime wazrayong tro tu ten Husa long jen nang ke nan jo Jing me lin be xiao la zo wan de che de jar we ze bo xie wa la nong de zhe bi wang jiu xia wa zong pang jiu dong a rong zhong wo jing me wang ju jie wang bra ke xian Yao den san jie gun da nyam na yang ga din san jie gun le la bing gong za we la ma de la ke xian Dao son zhe we lo na chu la jiao Thank you for come back in person, or maybe there's some people online. I cannot see everyone. Thank you, and I want to repeat again our motivations here for not only someone there maybe need to redirect their intentions, but also myself to focus on the motivation. So often we talk about these two motivations or intentions that Sambhaja Chewa, Jangchubling, Gunlang Tong Tabja Chewa, Sangwanga, Gunlang, Kasong, Shibar, that is a Zar, the count of the Cheni, Sana, Chu Shina, Tene, Chungama Chagyarwa, Chu Shin to Shina, and Chungama Chagyar, to do Tambichun, Tomar Keva, Hard to Keva, Tamar Kevas, Sungdo, Danger, Tomar, Go Tsugduni, Keva Chaya, part. Nyamlen chibi kabina ra tene lobjong chibi kabina keba chaya aban tar ngawala sobi giving taji dona tambi chut tong ta parsomta keba chago yore.
So the twofold motivation which Khenpo Rinpoche spoke to yesterday, being the intention, the vast intention of the mind of awakening or bodhicitta, and the vast method, which is the motivation of secret mantra. So cultivating that, or really imagining, bringing into your mind these two aspects of the motivation to the best of your ability. And this ensures that the Dharma the Dharma actually accords with the Dharma. that it actually becomes true Dharma. And then when that is the case, then the entire kind of duration of the Dharma activity becomes virtue, the nature of virtue. So as they say, the Dharma is virtuous in the beginning, it's virtuous in the middle, and it is virtuous in the end. So that means, it is virtuous in the beginning when we start, when there is that cultivation of pure intention, and then that virtue is sustained through, like in the middle, through the actual practice, whether it is a practice, whether it is study, and then at the end, it is the nature of virtue with the purity of the dedication.
Pechate Katon go to Barawa, then go to Minaso, Mombun Rotobia Marina, Tanda Dodonda water, Chuji Ying said the Kandaji Meta, the name Chuji Ying Tille, Korwatan Yang and David Chu Tamchi, Sharwa, Yimba, Shar David Capsayon, and Chuji Ying Tille, Maton Rosa Meva. Tendraji Kawaji Levaina, Tene, no, not so, number Sanji Big Chugi. Told Nyamlan County Vaina, Lela which Chakira, the Hindu Kawa, the Libya kitchen by inside the thing. Tangbongazo, Mount country in Toronto. A Mamba Sanji Nekabna country in Tritsab, Tandan Court David Caps, Kurwana ne David Caps young. Nazo, Kandrachin ne Yoga, ne Tanta Kandrajimi. The Rigi Hakavina, then Kurvasayate, Jigmone round Santa Troba, Meva, Turvi Caps young. She made Zara Jimone. She made Bazawat and Travicon and Torion in Bata.
Trupa, Ji, maybe.
Zawat and Trava. And Mama Turvi Necaps, a Torsa Serne, Onji, Roshas of the Tende Meva, and Kurvigi, and Nekam Kurvik Noah, Nekam Turvik Noah, and then Kurvi Noah. And there, Konoshimi Zara in Bahakova, Titone, in the Tortava, and the Nigone, Kovalayant, Kitchenboy and Satin, as Jerton, number Sanji Big. Chu Kandiji Drum Naina, Dam Meba Serne, Tomarnit, T. Danan Bevior. The Ningazo, Nog, Choga Kandi, Rimboina, Tungtoina, Kandiji Dunayon, Subawa Shuta Sarvadana, Subawa Shuta Hans, and the Sanskrit Tom Longer, TGL and also Yangcho Fuki Tone. Chu Tamji Rang Xinji Trube Tombani to Chursen.
Chu Tamji.
Chu Tamji Rang Xinji Trube Tombani to Chursen. Longdwa Tik Tsigtele. So Yangchur Sanskrit told Jiglo, Titol Puyig Dene, Yangchur Tele, Jiglo Yatele, Nenga Chemboyune, Tenny Loyora, the Lowy Gaps, Seminal Country Shargo Gresina. Chu Tamji, she met a rainbow. Hakoyak Chitute, Dungior. That is the time she gets on Chu Carton Khan, nearby and Dong, Dzogchen Chakchen Khan, nearby and under Na. Dombani Tang, then Jangchubling Sam. Ti Hakoyak Chit, and the Logorova, the Hindu. As a Taj remained in Mar, Bejeton,
And so yesterday, we started with these teachings on the text that is, the Chu Ying Zo, the Treasury of the basic space of phenomena, and we haven't gotten very far, so we've only gone a little ways through, and the explanation, in the process of going through this, then Khenpo Rinpoche has been giving, sort of a overall explanation, kind of summarizing as we go along. And so we started off sort of investigating, what is the Dharmadhatu, or that which is translated as the basic space, and in identifying, what is it that the Dharmadhatu is referring to, we can sort of in brief summarize it as, that from which all phenomena of samsara and nirvana emanate or shine forth. So they arise from the Dharmadhatu, all appearances and possibilities. But in their arising, there is no substantial essence or nature there, and ultimately there is nowhere for them to go other than back into the Dharmata. Was I saying Dharmakaya this whole time? Okay, Dharmadhatu, okay. Yeah, he was saying Dharmadhatu. And in the Buddha Dharma, whatever aspect of the Buddha Dharma that we study, if there is this fundamental understanding regarding the nature of the Dharmadhatu, then it makes all other practices and aspects of the Buddha Dharma easy to understand. So we investigate, what is the nature of delusion in the future, when Buddhahood or awakening occurs, what is the way in which it occurs? What is it that happens? While we dwell within samsara, what is the manner in which we dwell? What is the nature of that abiding within samsara? And so if we, understand that actually regarding all of these, there is no ground, there is no root. So all of these states or these experiences are free of elaboration, and they are without root, they are without ground, there is no basis. And so in the future, when delusion is no longer present, what happens? Like where does the delusion go? And temporarily, as delusion occurs, what is it that is taking place? So all of to understand all of these things, to develop an understanding is very important. And this is really fun, like the fundamental teachings of the Buddha when he teaches on the truth of selflessness, or when he, the Buddhist teachings they accord with the Buddhist teachings on selflessness or non-self. And also in Tantra, like whatever practice it is that we do, whatever sadhana, whatever creation stage practice, whether long or short, extensive or abbreviated, we always begin with the mantra Om Swabhava Shuddha Sarva Dharma Swabhava Shuddhoham. And then that is stated again, like the meaning. So that's a Sanskrit mantra. And then the meaning is stated in Tibetan. Something to the effect of the true nature of all phenomena is emptiness free from elaboration. And so we, because this is such an important aspect, of the practice, it's like the very heart, then we read it twice. We read it in the Sanskrit and in the Tibetan or the English. And so the mind and all phenomena both are without basis, they are without root, they are free of any ground, they are free from any root. And so in the context of whether it's sutra, whether it's tantra, whether it's Dzogchen, whether it's Mahamudra, the the meaning for all of these is emptiness, is the ultimate bodhicitta, the awakened mind, the mind of awakening. And so it is important to understand this. And then the progression of practice and study is one that occurs, in progressive stages. Rinpa Shindu? Dekare? Rinpa Shindu, Lakare? Okay.
Tene ta jirtong tongcho ne samno kurna Drupon ta tamchi tang charwa samji me chaba chuji yin tongpa ni sene tenri mambo xie jin toga ten nang xin nga tso nang cho sena tene ta jirtong nga tso ha ko toba se kumare tongya yo ba tang tenri ki tong na xin nga tso namjun kun tsub ji tenpa serwa 다 텐제 나라요 저 단다 ndana logya ke nang tene chenambe tanda be sangju mulam ke tanda yen la den bandwa di nang la za cheshu ji kar za cheshu ta senanda yertong khowa kale khako yina yang tanda chenbo hanu song sena ta inchi tol mal andane logwa yina. In a single atom, there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. So, there is some tangwa yina, tene kundup denpa kon telayang perna nga tso namju chusaya tang me saya taso jig la mentumba yinpa. Me dang chu se ya jin do.
Oh, me dang chu.
Ne kadwo dang na ko se ya na ho je. Ne na ma dang men pa se ya de so choma je men tu ba de qian bo de chung chung se ya je. Men tu ba mang bo ji xie de go ro. Ta de do za qian bo de no ka ri xie do sa na. Sang ji yu che tam ji ne dor ji ge den de. Tene xiong tog re, songji jibo ma re, songji Gyabra se na jiba tamji, ene dorji ki kond, gyok toba, tene xie go. Tene de nga zo simbat, ko yang zi chi par, tene cheba ina, ene pechan de so, logwe ka vina re, samno tangwe ka vina re, tene ka stes, le la wanda we yong jire, stema to yang, tene nga tso de kono rikpanda wo jatang chene te ringlam drogu min dok sa yana wo chi shiva ina tene des kale yong jira lakbar ta nga tso don dene nome ka dene dorji kiten to sonje shiva sa ya mum ta mama chi khande xiong gore sa yana le gura ni nga tso mela ripa ge namta nang le ne mela rago nong le 휴비 깨자요로 라고트 총 체로 마서 메라 총도 마서 비깨자 되는데 되던 기관은 네가 없어 도르트 체로 마서 손제남 총도 마서 봐 근데 총도 그래 네 되듯이 다들 제통 도담도 그좀 니지 거네 시바이나 되네 다 뒤노는 만들게 되네 손제기 송샤와 당 그리고 말아
Kare mandu ba.
돈담장 그쪽 니지 나 만두바 근데 산지기 송샤고 요마라 다 되니지 지용 돈을 삼아야 고치 땅 토바이나 되네 거발래야 냠슬래야 정말 그래라고 자기를
And so when we say, that there is this that trupa sungirwa, trupa delusion, rawa, dampo deji rawa. Yeah. So when we say that delusion is with I did chirang dampo go to the dunda sung song samsong dampo mato. That's all.
Okay.
But the data,
Mhm.
okay.
Okay.
I think so. So when we say that delusion is free, without any root, without any ground, and this is something that feels inconceivable, and there is both, the kind of simultaneous reality of both, that there is the emptiness of the Dharmadhatu, and there is also the appearance aspect. And so everything that we see, everything that appears, falls into the category of the relative truth. And even within the category of the relative truth, there is still this aspect of, like inconceivability and vastness. So for instance, we have in the 7 branches, the recitation of the 7 branches that we recite from the King of Aspiration prayers, as there's this line that is really very profound, and can also be very difficult to understand. But the meaning is really important. It's very profound. So it's that line that says, in a single atom, there exists, thank you. In a single atom, there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. So that line, it's sort of like also touching upon this kind of point of ever-present contradiction, that there are things that are kind of like in contradiction to each other. Like, for instance, water and fire are contrary, or they're in kind of contradiction, or black and white, or light and darkness. So essentially meaning opposites, right? And so there are many of these kind of contradictory, seemingly incompatible statements, right? Like this line, in a sense. And this line is very profound, that there exists countless infinite, Buddhas together with bodhisattvas dwelling within a single atom. And so it causes our mind to expand a bit, to become more spacious and expansive. When we read it, we should reflect and allow it to kind of have that expansive quality that it has for the mind. If, on the other hand, there's kind of like this inability to really go there, thinking, well, how is that possible? That's not really, like you can't fit a bunch of Buddhas and bodhisattvas into a single atom, then it will be difficult to have any real understanding of the Dharma, if that's kind of the reaction that one has. There's also, similar to this, there's the story of Milarepa and the yak horn, where Milarepa, it was raining and he went inside the yak horn without the yak horn getting any bigger and without Milarepa getting any smaller. And yet still this was possible, for this to occur. And so it's same with this line, the atom doesn't get any bigger, the Buddhas don't get any smaller. And yet this is, how it occurs, or how it appears. And so there is nothing, within all of the Buddha's teachings, there is no Dharma that is not subsumed within these 2 categories that exist simultaneously. That is the category of the relative truth and the category of the ultimate truth. So there's nothing within the Buddha's speech that falls outside of those 2 categories.
That's good.
Okay.
Or knowing that meaning would give you a lot of insights, and also helps your own practice. Yes, mainly the tall Buddhist practice, what we chant sadhana, and those, it's mainly showing us how to familiarize or utilize that concept or that meaning to make that meaning more easy to accessible or access to.
Mm-hmm. It makes it easier to access that meaning,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
And yesterday we have that Chu Ying and Long and He, that what the Tibetan term, the ground, the Dharmadhatu, and the Long is sometimes some people translate matrix, but
Matrix.
yeah.
That was one that didn't come up last night.
Oh, yeah.
Matrix.
Okay.
That's the tricky one. Long is our tricky term.
Yeah. And then we have Ngo Tongba, the essences, empty essence or empty of essence. And these all represent what sometimes we call ultimate reality and emptiness, that's nature of phenomena. But then, of course, we need to talk about things, what we see, how these things arise or where it's coming from, and what we call samsara, which means there is non-see. Yeah? The universe is verse of existing, what they call appearances and possibilities, that what they're talking about. So now we need to understand how these appearances and possibilities arise, where it's arising from. That's a particular in the Dzogchen.
I will take issue with that translation. Appearances, because of what you said, appearances and possibilities, because he made the point that the Nangwa is the environment and the inhabitants. So I think appearance and existence is better because it has that Nang Chu meaning, whereas possibilities doesn't necessarily mean beings. Okay. I mean, you said that, yeah. That I'm just realizing that, yeah.
We see. Some people may against that, but we can hold our stronghold to say we want to translate. There's not many. It's a mouthful, yeah. It's also it's difficult to. The thing is that the Tarong Dzogchen Rang Choke the role ba say no. Drong say chants say that tende zal say so tende rembe younger so kande say you met said so here is.
So we still have some Dzogchen terms to sort of introduce, or kind of become familiar with. So some of these terms are, for instance, there's rolpa, which is sometimes translated as play, actually. Dang, which might be translated in a number of different ways, maybe radiance, or what do you think?
Yeah.
Rolpa,
yes.
Yeah, is Tibetan.
Yeah.
And yin, which is like ornamentation. I don't know how to spell it widely wise, but
often used,
it's it's like G, the pronunciation is Gyen. And sal is display often, jin.
Jin is RJYN. G, sorry.
G, yeah. And the tsal is the final one, which is, I most often translate this as display, but
Zal.
tsal.
I think Zal we need to translate either dynamism or dynamic energy. The
Dynamic energy.
energy used in this book,
Okay.
but some others use dynamism. I think
That's such a hard
sometimes
word to
shorter
say
is
in
better.
English.
Yeah.
I can't even say it in English. Dynamism.
We see.
Yeah. No,
Then-
we can say that.
Da-
Don't worry. I can't say it very well. Dynamism.
근데 디 계통 책 단다 책 시세 그러. 디책 시에들 늘바 착소지요로. 쌀세도 느파들 거고 느파 단다 칠라. 통야 단다 칠라. 무슨 만통바. 느파 땡이 요데 바탈라. 쌀.
And so the tsal, which is the dynamism or dynamic energy, is referring to like an energy, a power that is, so it's like the force kind of, right? That you don't actually see, right? It's not visible, but it is kind of this dynamic energy that is at play.
다 대형เป็น느파 가리요스나 kurwa nong chokwa nyangalen de na deba nong chona nong chokwa lorna nong si ki dubi chu tam che te nong chokya nong tobya ki nupa de chu ji yingam tene dzogchen ki shi tel yores tanda nong mena ya nong tobya ki ta nupa de yores.
And so what is meant by this kind of force or dynamic energy is that it has, it is capable of, be manifesting. It's the energy behind kind of the arising of samsara, and it is also capable of manifesting nirvana. So it's like the dynamic energy that is behind that. And where does that energy dwell? It is in the ground of Dzogchen or the Dharmadhatu. So even if nothing is appearing, there is that dynamic energy there that has the power or the force to manifest.
Tenek yung ato samna tangdu gabs ta dzogchen gi shese ya de ngazo rang tandrewa me de nya par jang reng sam ji li yo tandre samma pa ya ro tang tene chu ji ying se ya de jang reng sam tandre ma yin ba kares dzogchen gi she chu ji ying kan sen na ya tam chi de tene rang gi sem ji ngo ta se yo ro. But in the wrong same thing over tell ne patampi yores.
And so, when we think about this as, we think of the ground of Dzogchen, or the Dharmadhatu. And this isn't something that we need to think about in some abstract way, like, that it is some, far away thing. But, that this Dharmadhatu or the ground, the Dzogchen ground, is actually the true essence of your own mind. And so the essence of your own mind is where this power dwells, the energy to manifest like everything and all possibilities.
That's tell it tene dant sharsen do dang shars. Zar le sharse zar de tene yongsan ra kuch dant zar tele sur shar yong.
So then the second term, dong, which I said maybe radiance, I'd be curious to think about some other, but it seems like radiance feels maybe most,
I think someone use expression.
or expression. But that sounds so similar to, because the power is the tsao,
Yeah.
but the expression, maybe, anyway, I'm just going to stick with radiance.
Yeah, that's good.
So the, from the tsal, which is the power, right, the energy, the dynamic energy, there shines forth the dong, which is like the radiance or the expression itself.
Jini rolba sidi jerthonga zo pichu tangdu roll sayate di xiawa jigla derwa chawayna tala roll sendo. Bena kala xila roll sendo. Xila tang kala tang wayna. Mitizu zonzomne saya jiro. Xila la roll sendo.
Oh, shila roll, yeah, lasso.
Tanda zal ne tang sharvate the chi yo chirogi yorda which chane tele derwa cha song tele zal tikas rolvas
So tsal le dang
sharva
charwa, teni chi yu la rowa, yeah, okay, lasso.
tang the chi yorda which cha song.
Oh, okay. And so then we have the ropa, so role, which usually I translate as play, I think, or it could be display. And so this, if we think, so also sometimes in the context of food, or like in a Gana chakra or something, they say like, all of like enjoy, and usually it's translated as enjoy the sok or enjoy the Gana chakra. But this is like referring to, when people come together and the food is prepared and everybody kind of gathers and they partake in the food. And so then from the dynamic energy, we have then the radiance, and then and that becomes like the outer object, and then within that you have the display or the play, which is the ropa. Does that sound like a?
Tene ta zal le tang ni rolva kang sharna dorna jinkurwa tan yangen de bichu tan dikapsu nansi nu chu sengda nansi nu chu chu tam chede jian sana deda tam je rigbi jian chagyo ma to rigba dan garwa chagyo mares rigba le los chure ka mares rigbi gi jian da rigba la pentogya ma to rigba la nongke dan chagyo mares rigbi jian sana chu tam je rigbi jian re sengda rigbi jian.
And so then you have all the phenomena, the diverse and intricate manifestations of samsara and nirvana. Again, all that appears and exists, all of appearance and existence, the outer container, the inner inhabitants, all phenomena then becomes the ornament, the ornamentation. This is the ornamentation of Rigpa itself, the ornamentation of intrinsic awareness. So it isn't something apart from, it isn't something other than Rigpa, intrinsic awareness. It doesn't do any harm to intrinsic awareness. It cannot, in fact, it assists or it aids intrinsic awareness, or it's the Rokpa Chekin Lao Kiroa Margari.
Jian. Make more beautiful.
It makes it more beautiful. It beautifies. It is.
Yeah.
It is the ornamentation.
So samsara is Rigbi Jian.
So,
Samsara is repeating.
sorry, yes, I thought you were talking in English. Samsara is the ornamentation of Rigpa, the ornamentation of intrinsic awareness.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Just have to recognize it.
Tibetan first. Semni long jen jurme namge ngong dorwange ne tuje chun long tamji yen je jen le lo na ne chenon de ro shang chob semji za je yang ma yi je yang no yi je ngon za chun tro yan semi je chu tan di no la rolba da jen xin da che phong ta da dang tang na zal ta so yong ta yu de ge de ne te ma yin ban din de na ri bi chun ro se je le bin do.
So in this next verse, which is mind itself is a vast expanse, the realm of unchanging space. Its indeterminate display is the expanse of the magical expression of its responsiveness. Everything is the adornment of basic space and nothing else. Outwardly, inwardly, things proliferating and resolving are the dynamic energy of awakened mind. Because this is nothing whatsoever, yet arises as anything at all, it is a marvelous and magical expression, amazing and superb. And so we have all of these terms that we just went over appearing here, such as ropa and jin and and then there's another term which appears here, which is chutro, which is translated as magical expression. And usually it does it, yeah.
So samsara is magical display, yeah?
James, do what you
Is it possible when you can, reading the verse, you identify where those terms are?
Yeah, I can do that. Can I find where the terms are? So ropa, right, because we didn't talk about what the translations are here. I think it looks like ropa, he translates as display. And then chutro is, we already said, which is magical expression, I believe. Yep.
Yeah.
The expanse of the magical expression. And right, I just have to find where it matches up. I think that is yin.
Yin.
And then dynamic energy seems to be how he translates tsal.
Yeah.
And is that all of the words?
Jin.
I think so. Jin is adornment.
Yeah.
So the adornment of basic space.
Mind itself, the same needs the same thing. Progress. I think Papa Lama number song do it in the teacups, same needs. Same te launching your meba. Mind ba, same thing more. Launching button, your meba. Team, but
Wait, Longchen. Longchen. Oh, okay. Oh, that's all, yeah.
Semi Longchen Jurmi Nam King on Sdo. Wrong the same thing what.
Right.
Dzogchen Chakchen to come Gyabra. Same more to same no matter. Same to you was the Mara.
And so also there's the first word that appears in this verse. It says mind itself, which is a translation of simni. But actually it should, what simni actually means is really like mind's essence, or this is
nature of mind.
the nature of mind. I always translate simni as the true nature of mind. And that's how, you know, all the lamas who use this term, they use it in that context. Like, and as it says here, like it says here, the mind itself, but it is meaning really the essence of mind is, or the nature, the true nature of mind is a vast expanse, the realm of unchanging space. And that is a distinction that is important, because we're not talking about just the ordinary mind, but the essence of mind. Anytime, you know, we are referring to this essence of awareness in the context of Dzogchen or Mahamudra, it isn't the same as just looking at mind, like the ordinary mind.
Teindu tene ta rong simni ti simni rong simni ji mo te long chen re so ta long chen bo re so ta long sa zeng so this yin ji zhou ju ya this ka le ka bo ya sa re tene and then expanse and all that ta kan de ju na de nan de na long sa ya tel long sa tel ko gong do ke to la.
And so this this true nature, this essence of the mind, is the vast expanse. That's how it's translated here. It's again the long, the term in Tibetan is long, you know, that we have kind of yang dilgi dunda the yang expanse drobo yosarawa marebe.
Re ina yin so yurwi kap so yin la ka ta me long la ka ta me din this kale ko no.
Yeah. So again, as he mentioned, the thing that's hard is to know how to appropriately use these two terms that often appear in connection. So that long and ying, right? Long, which is often translated as space or expanse, and ying, which is also translated as space or expanse. So it's difficult sometimes, you know, in English.
Dorna dan di kar shigyor sena ka song chuji ying sa Dharmadhatu sa Jongzong. Yang na Dzogchen Tongmi Hi tila ko no ti kandi yor sena yurwa me ba namka da uchi yores ta ti ngong le kar shar yor sena tenen korwa da nyangal de bi chu tam ji ta tene shar yong res te indu ruwa nge pa me ba indeterminate ki ta chuji de reason den ten ko sha ma to ba den ma nge ba mo bo ji ne chung ge de chung wan tam ji de ne tu ji chung ru re song da nga so ka song ji du chu ko long ko chu ko zong si de ne ngo tong ba rang ji sal ba tu ji kun chap so tu ji yong ka tu ji na so slang ba Teindu ta tukjegi chunchur, am tukjegi nupa taladane, tenen dige roba mangi bat.
Chopa latene.
Tukje chunchur,
Oh, so okay. Tukje
chunchur.
chutu latene ropa mangeba.
Sherwaris.
And so the Dharmadhatu is of the, you know, in the context of Dzogchen, it is this beginningless ground, or the primordial ground that it never changes, is without change, and is like space. And yet everything and anything can arise within it or from it. All of samsara, all of the phenomena of samsara and nirvana. And so that manifests with uncertainty. It is the display, like, of all kind of possibilities that are uncertain. So that's how it says that it is the indeterminate display that is the expanse of the magical expression of its responsiveness. So it is uncertain, what it is that manifests, but the kind of potential there for all manifestation or all and any display is there, so it can arise, and that is also from the power of the all-pervasive compassion. So it's the magical expression of the compassion, and so we spoke of before. Remember how it holds, the Dharmadhatu holds the characteristics of the three kayas, the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, the Nirmanakaya. Likewise, there are these three characteristics: the empty essence, the nature of clarity, and the all-pervasive spontaneous presence, or the all-pervasive compassion. And so that display is the magical expression of the characteristic of compassion, the all-pervasive compassion. And it is uncertain, what it is that will shine forth, what will display or appear.
His translation for Tukje is responsiveness in here. It's a little bit different, maybe sometimes difficult to, people have hard time to connect this Tukje and responsiveness in here. What we are reading Tibetan, we have Tukje here, but here is responsiveness. The people translate great compassion, or once upon a time. I translate supreme intelligence, but I'm
supreme intelligence.
Maybe not good either. So anyway, whatever you want to call it, it's we have Dharmakaya, which is the essence of the phenomena, and then Sambhogakaya is the radiant, or the Rangxin, the nature is luminous, yeah. And then whatever this union of emptiness and appearance, or emptiness and luminous, that is called compassion. So due to the compassion, it's much more accessible to us. Dharmakaya is emptiness. We have no key to open the Dharmakaya, and the Sambhogakaya is similar realm. What we see, what we hear is from the Nirmanakaya, which is the compassionate beings. Yeah, compassionate beings comes to help us. That is often referred to Tukje, and Tukje sometimes called Natso. Various compassion is various, means
compassion is maybe manifold or
multiplicity.
The multiplicity of compassion.
Means then it's called indeterminate, or so.
So it expresses itself in all sorts of ways, and so therefore it is indeterminate. It is uncertain how it will appear.
Yeah. Tamchi yingi julen tian lo na meson. Tan durna chuji yin or sharvi chuji chukune longkune druk. Ne drukune da druk lion. rig mandava mambo. Rig chogla tini, tuwa chogla so wando na drukta, na sobi drukchi, shargi yorwa. Tada tamchi rinpaxindo chukuni longkuni drukku so sharyangwa tenyang. Tanga so sharni tini tada nyamdo or tada ne chu shuya tang. Tada njaya yuwa, tada tamchi kaan nangdewa. Tada ma yinba tini tada comes from rig chokin mawa tamchi te ko chuji yingli los chirwa ma yindu. Tsoma te chuji yingji jen re se du, tini chuji ying ma to, yang xenda yo ma re se. Kaan shardewa, sharwa dabu re te yina chuji ying ma to, yo ma re se. Ditang darin
And so, in brief, these manifestations that appear or arise out of the Dharmadhatu do so kind of in progressive order. So for instance, like we have the Dharmakaya, and from the Dharmakaya there arises the Sambhogakaya, and from the Sambhogakaya there arises the Nirmanakaya. And then the Nirmanakaya manifests in various ways. So for instance, as the 6 classes of sentient beings, as the 6 munis or the 6 Buddhas of the 6 realms, and so forth. But these stages of arising are progressive. So they shine forth in this progressive manner. And so we have then, whatever it is that appears within the 3 realms, within the 6 classes of beings or the 6 realms, all of this all that appears, irregardless of what it is none other than the Dharmadhatu, but it is in fact the ornamentation of the Dharmadhatu. But in essence, it is nothing other than the Dharmadhatu itself.
Sena chela nang dewa, chiro yor dar de nang dewa, nang juji simchen dar de nang dewa, ga chi yor da nang sem se chi sukra chiro rigya, nang nam shi tsokji la soba, kang dar yang, kanri jin nang, kanri jin,
Gongda yamchar de.
kanda chin nang se nido.
Chinang. Okay, Vinny.
Chiro gi yor la koga na choga. Chir rang lula zamna tona, and sukta chiro rigiasana, chik yorsana, and non zamna tona, non namshi tsok jiksano. What tell Conan rigors? Tan Tidao Khan on Duntro said you, Jig Tor Dune, Yam Zomju Watang. Par chi just cheese another par and tro said par, Chilot par. Trovam and the Cheju over Mopotam Chete and Jangchubling salary. And it's ours to young Kojin daughter. Tangi Sorshad de Vatam Chete Tugji Chuntur is Lavra Shariat.
Tukji.
Chuntur. Tugji Chuntur to that time, Jujun some Yangjo some of Tangwayna. Jangchubling salary. Jangchubling to Casson. As a Nambu Jangchubling Gumde at the Gyabra Mayimba. Semjing over. Repeat Hitler, then Jangchubling. Sen the Natashigura.
Namjun Jangsim Mayempa. De Garisungin?
Jangchubling said Yoro.
Re de Namjun Mayempa.
Namjun Mayimbatane. Rikba Jangchubling. Repeat in water Seguro.
And so No. So, okay, next verse, right? Chinang. So then in the first line of the next verse, it says,
Maris.
no. Oh, okay, sorry. It was also the very first word. of
Chinong
the-
Dundro Jangchubling.
Yeah, Chinang, okay. So the line that says, outwardly and inwardly, things proliferating and resolving are the dynamic energy of awakened mind. All of the objects that appear externally, so there's the, like external, for instance, externally when it comes to, for instance, the that which is experienced from the body, the faculties of the senses, form, sound, taste, touch, sensation. And then inwardly, this is referring to the 8 the types of consciousness, or the 8 collections of consciousness. And there is this quality of the emanating out. So as it says, things proliferating and resolving are the dynamic energy of awakened mind. So the word in Tibetan here is trodu, right? Is that what that is? Yeah.
Todo is almost like coming and going.
It's, or even like streaming out and gathering back in. And so the outer, so there is this process of emanating out, or coming or going and coming back, or emanating out and gathering back. And all that appears or that manifests within that kind of like emanating out is the nature of bodhicitta, or the mind of not bodhicitta, but the awakened mind. It is the display of the awakened mind. The magical expression of compassion, the display that is the magical expression of compassion. And so if we think about this again, or we can also refer to it as the display of the awakened mind. So this isn't, or the term is actually bodhicitta, but this isn't bodhicitta in the way that we kind of commonly think of it. But bodhicitta is in the ultimate bodhicitta, or awakened mind, the awakened mind that Jangchubling here is referring to, the essence of the primordial wisdom of intrinsic awareness, or Khenpo Yeshi Ngowo.
In short, these phenomena arise from the, so Chundro is almost another dynamic energy, from compassion, and in the end, everything is the adornment of awakened mind. So it's a kind of oscillation that is coming and going.
From the ground, or kind of going out of the ground and dissolving back into the ground.
That's true, but here you can see the source is Tukye, yeah? But it's also the Jangchubling Zao. And these two, there's Jangchubling Zao means the potential energy of awakened mind.
I think it was a mix of Tibetan and English, but so essentially you were saying that kind of this tugje, or the compassion and the display of awakened mind, are kind of one and the same, right?
Similar.
Similar.
Chundro
they're the
Tukji
magical,
chuncho, yeah,
magical expression.
yeah.
The magical expression of compassion.
Now we have two more lines here. That Jiryang Mayi Jiryang Nangwei Qir, Ngonser Chuncho Yansen Mi choose.
Oh, okay. So these last two lines, because there's nothing whatsoever, yet because this is nothing whatsoever, yet arises as anything at all, it is a marvelous and magical expression, amazing and superb.
Jiryang Mayi is the Tachutampi Tangbo Niniki Din Diri Sene Trob do you know? Then Jiryang Yingo Vajra. Then the Tukji Jangchubling Dzogchen Sen Tukji Chuncho Sen then rugby roll was and rugby dance, rugby dancing. Rugby dancing and Chu Ying Jian, Kang Yin Ayong, Zugzug Side, there is any Shagju Maris. Tambo was a trope, do you know? Then Tambo on the trope, they were it, tell you to don't talk Mara. Then the Jiang Mayin became Sanchi, Jiang Charchoveris. Corvasea, the mother became Sanji, Corvasea, the non-chow. Corva Matropi, Jun Sanji, Corvasea, the non-choweris.
Nang chogre?
Non.
Nang chogre. And so, all phenomena is initially nothing whatsoever. It is nothing whatsoever, and yet anything at all can arise. So it can be anything at all, and at the same time is nothing whatsoever. So this is referring to this display of the awakened mind, or the magical expression of compassion, whether we refer to it as either one of those, it being the radiance of Rigpa, or intrinsic awareness. It is, then from that it becomes the ornamentation of the Dharmadhatu. And it isn't, all the phenomena of samsara can't be said to have any true reality from its own side. Originally, if it really existed, there would be no change. It would be unchanging. But the reason why we can say it doesn't really exist is actually because it appears, because of the very fact that it appears. We know that it actually doesn't really exist.
Yes.
Since everyone has the text now,
Yeah.
when you finish explaining the verse, before we go on to the next verse, can we all recite it together with you?
I'm reciting in Tibetan.
Yeah, we can all recite it. When we recite, we can, instead of me reciting, we can all recite it together.
Sure, in English.
Yeah, in English, yeah.
You are
Okay.
Tibetan, either
Yeah.
Min or Rinpoche here. So I don't think so. No, because English is not meter. Yeah.
He wasn't saying we can chant it. He was just saying you guys keep chanting it in Tibetan, and then we'll just recite it. Or were you saying we chant it? Yeah. Right. Yeah. We'll just read it in English. Yeah.
Then do not they devil and then the she chapajoro. They that be Mississippi, Monsarchembo. Reason, Sundo. 对，他嘛，
Dhamma. And so the last line, in saying that this is really truly marvelous. It is a marvelous and magical expression, amazing and superb.
所以呢，还可以开天不来是个家伙。
And that is to say that this is really crucial or important to understand this meaning.
这就老先生听着。 乾隆的乾隆间着所是农王跟人间间的个人口落下，马路朝北这个新年跟人间间的送跟口落下，趁人间着没头上面将人间间的头巾口落下。
So then we can recite the next verse together, which on page 5 starts with throughout. So we can all recite together. Throughout the entire universe, all beings and all that manifests as form are adornments of basic space, arising as the ongoing principle of enlightened form. What is audible, all sounds and voices without exception, as many as there may be, are adornments of basic space, arising as the ongoing principle of enlightened speech. All consciousness and all stirring and proliferation of thoughts, as well as the inconceivable range of non-conceptual states, are adornments of basic space, arising as the ongoing principle of enlightened mind.
Okay, for tea break or
Short break.
dinner break? No, tea break.
Yeah, tea break. We still have the
30
Jizungapa bar. Okay,
30 minutes.
so we'll take a 30-minute tea break. Okay. That's pretty great. I bet. I can see how that would be a surprising thing to stumble across. Yes.
So at first I'm looking through what we have in the handout. That's what basically what we have in the handout is a praise and
Yeah, so that's not
Okay.
where we're, that's just kind of like an additional
okay.
thing. What he's going through is a completely different text, which it looks like James passed out to everyone, right?
It's
Do you have
the
one
first
now?
chapter of it.
Yeah, the first chapter. So
Okay.
it's this.
But no, I was just trying to follow what it was in there. It's like this is not right.
This is not
and
working.
I'm reading
It's
more.
not matching up.
This is a praise. This is
Yeah.
Path of Mahamudra way of saying you gotta read this.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of questionable that we passed it out because these things.
I know. We talked about it last night.
Okay.
Educational purposes.
Really a transcendent anything comes to
That's where I thought it was very expensive for every other place, but that place.
Say that again?
Okay, so which one you want me to do?
All observers that are moving.
Virginia?
Start with the wire here. Their equivalent is not what they experience, but in terms of
Test, 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 test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test.
Right, but you clock each photon is traveling at the speed of light, even though they're going in different directions. You infer that you
Test, 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 test.
the observer moving sort of close to the speed of light should also experience this photon as
Test, 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 test.
but
Good.
does not.
The ones behind you. Behind you. Let's see if we've got an issue with number 4.
Well, the one he's closest to is launching out ahead.
So A8. I didn't. A8. I don't know why.
There's an A8 here.
Okay, if there is this.
Damien told me he changed it.
Okay, let's look at what's the color on the A8. The color of the cable: yellow, purple, or orange.
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 A1.
A1.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Drupon. That's I've got as
Purple is A2.
purple is A2, so that's Virginia.
And then yellow is whatever.
Yeah, yellow is A3. A8. Wait a minute.
Yeah, A8. Yellow is A8.
Okay, that's coming on the handheld channel.
Okay. But don't you have A8 in your hand?
Yes. Well, yeah, A8. This one's saying A8 on it. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, this one is normally Virginia's, right?
Yeah.
So, and you said that one's yellow.
A8 is yellow.
Okay, what I can do is I can move yellow over to Virginia's channel. Not
We
real
got
comfortable.
something working, right?
Yeah, we do have something working.
But effectively, we're mislabeled now, right?
Yes, we're mislabeled, right? Mhm.
So maybe
Well, let me checking 1, 2, test 1, 2. Okay, that's that is coming through. And test 1, 2. Yep, we got that coming in there.
all right.
Okay.
So we can use that one if we want, but supposedly that's where we got all the problems and we took the effect. I don't know why that first.
Yellow's coming in on 3, handheld channel. Okay, that's coming on 2 right now. So we have those other ones.
Normally the handheld would be the one sitting on that table.
Right. And that one you said was, well, we need to check what the numbers are up there.
So that could be this Zooms A1 is.
That was?
Yeah.
Where's that outside?
That's a plain outside. It sounds the same.
It does, yeah. But anyway, that's, so now what we have is the turn on these, and this one affects the volume. So this is back to, this is the effect right here. Master zoom volume. So you can adjust that, and like right here, if I turn way up. So this is now the volume, and that's going correctly through group 1, 2 into channel 1, into a microphone. Okay? And those all
Better
are
mic 2 is dead right now.
Mic 2. Yes, mic 2 is dead. We're not. But then again, really, this should be used for. You should be using that correctly. And when you have headphone plugged into this, then what you do is you can monitor individual channels by using this PFL, prepaid levels. And with everything off, you're monitoring the entire board. Does that make sense?
More than one issue.
Right, the board is all about correcting things you're hearing a hiss? Yeah, outside, or I think maybe the fan up front.
It's the irrigation, yes.
Oh, okay. But anyway, so I use this correctly, getting the Zoom, what basically these go into like one, and the video goes into here as a webcam. And then Zoom on here is picking up that webcam, which is the audio and video. This is sending to off the Zoom. Right, and Zoom handles that. So that's so that, like you said,
So I think they're recording through Zoom, but I've been doing that.
that's right. You have plenty of space to doing that. You got 685 hours a day, and you're doing this right now. You're an hour and 17 minutes. But this is the way we have it set. Is resolving before we go there.
Good afternoon. Alex, may I help you? I'll contact the owner, they would know what since he's living in that house. Okay. I'll follow up. Have a good one. It's the person that you bought the piece of wood for the last year for that for.
Okay, so
So we've got our settings correct at this moment.
at this point, right?
All right, so it would be wise if we to do this. What is it really supposed to look like?
Well, and there's that. Make sure you get this thing up so you can see what is. Over there, and you have to be able to see which switches are on and which ones are off. Basically, all of these are currently turned on, all of these are currently turned off. This one is off. I don't want to send this over here as well. I wanted this to be its own separate volume. It does not affect this volume at all. Okay?
And the only other thing though is that Virginia's
Right, the moment I
mislabeled.
There's good. So we can double check to see the numbers are here.
The purple is.
What's the number on the purple?
It is A2.
A2, okay, so.
But theoretically, the purple.
A2, okay, that's right here. This is A2. Drupons.
Drupons is an A2.
We'll see which one of those sticks.
A2. Purple is this one. So that would be Virginia. It's like Drupon and Virginia.
So
So just switch that because.
No, wait a minute, no, because yellow is A8 where Virginia is. Yeah, so it's.
Good afternoon, thank you for calling Alliance, may I help you? Yeah, it's fine.
these guys back up to normal. Whoop.
Oh.
That's where we get this little bit of feedback. Gotta be careful with feedback. Okay, well, checking, testing 1, 2. Okay, this is Virginia's mic. Okay, and
So should I have Kathleen monitor the Zoom?
yes, please. Do you want?
Do we sound?
Okay, testing. Let's see. Get this set here. Testing 1, 2. This is Virginia's mic. And wandering. Okay. Testing 1, 2. And all the mics should be up at this point.
Okay, so that's all good.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any response from Kathleen.
Okay.
Hello, hello.
Yep, that one's working. And that one is working. Okay.
All right, so once we start up, then we'll know if we have to adjust the Zoom level.
Right. Now, should I leave Virginia's mic up here? Are you hearing feedback? Okay. Well, and that might be me walking out here. Yeah. We should probably make sure we turn down the number 1 channel here, 1 and 2. Should I swap her and put her back on her mic?
So it would make sense to keep everybody using what they think is theirs so that going forward they go to what they use.
Right. So let's swap that out back out to there. Turn this one off. Okay.
Keep that.
That's good news.
My opinion is, well, that's good because we changed a bunch of stuff around.
Yes.
I think for a given time, there are several good choices instead of that.
So you may have to watch this as far as your volume in here or and just adjust these accordingly. Okay, adjust these.
When we hear the PA,
yeah, that was just my PA or overall. Yeah, but there should be a box there. Yeah, if you know it's given to that person. And then if on the Zoom, it's a major too soft.
Stuff going on, and right now we can hear discussion, so
Okay, good.
I think it really depends
No,
on
not James.
what you know about that.
No, you're like that.
Quantum field is not only a good modern analogy, it's actually a need.
So
If they use
that's the way it
quantum
should be.
mechanics, I don't doubt that they're
And free force. So we don't feel like this is coming back from the
machine has a dead too.
dead mic feedback, correct.
I also think there's a possibility of this one. I would argue that we're doing that because, by the way, appearance and existence doesn't imply. It's a technical term that has to do with some value.
We have 2 audio channels.
The reason I like the word
and only one was
because
meaning
the appearance and existence, and it sounds like what has manifest, doesn't include the dimension of anything and all that.
works only on one channel, all the other one on this.
So I find that poetic first reason.
All right, so
Appearance is good, but environment is not. It's crazy. I have challenged Darren's translations on it.
leave it on top.
And after Khenpo and I spar about the meeting, it comes down to appearance, so we're correct on the basis of keeping those also back in. Because I have 2 versions of this that are exciting, and Darren's takes 20 minutes long. I found much more extrovert that's 20 minutes. He wanted to do an hour and a half around.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a scientific thing. Sometimes I'm more excited than I should.
But yeah.
The universe is
Yeah, you don't have power.
for me, that is crazy.
You don't want to go out in the middle of it.
never realized that the PFL.
But then if you're one of these people, who had it in one of
I thought
those
that was
backgrounds and space there, and you're not so bad, so I think it's a good thing. Right, that's the order of the terms. I would sort of keep all those things and find those who really actually understand more than you are. You hear it? Oh, yeah. Oh, I agree. What I'm saying is that you can. Yeah, look me up. And of course, there's very simple. It's all. Well, that's the thing. But sometimes that is also be fun. I think that can be really nice. Sometimes it's very directed at the things that sometimes we often just maybe probably people out there just go always on a living with time. You know, driving to the one part of my house. And now I'm sitting in my house again. Totally funny.
Okay, thank you again. And 단디 측이선 안디 근데나 다는 가서 구송톡 제가 남뷰 박고랑 가서 냠난치도 냠난치야 저한테 구송톡 랑게 르가 이선데 하나 사이에 구송톡라 요리야다 저한테 맞아 나 그냥 냠난 저한테 들어봐 근데 정말 다 주의들 락버터 링아 냠난 제냐 정말게 주의들 단다나 해야돼 가르치고서나 견서야 돼 인지 견서 인지 견 인这秋季应，提他秋他们去秋季应的建类是，帮的没吧？土地啊是他有嘛的是，帮的没吧？帮的没吧？帮的没吧？看的是那个坚强的个了吧？
哦，帮的没吧？So, when we practice the three doors of, there's the enlightened body, speech, and mind. And so when we practice Tantra, when we're reciting the mantra, essentially what we're doing is transforming our ordinary body, speech, and mind into the enlightened body, speech, and mind of the deity. So that's probably problematic, enlightened body, speech, and mind. I don't know how else to say it.
Awakened body.
Or awakened body, speech, and mind, better. So these are honorific terms. They just mean like body, speech, and mind in either honorific or body, speech, and mind non-honorific. But they're two very different things. So that's why we have to say awakened body, speech, and mind. And so this becomes like one of the main objectives of Tantra. And this is also connected with the ornamentation aspect, right, of basic space or Dhatu. All the phenomena is said to be the adornment or the ornamentation of the Dharmadhatu. And so therefore it isn't to be rejected, it isn't to be abandoned.
네, 다 남주이나 단다 도기 값이나 맞죠? 녀모 봐서야 빵스 빵야요 시디어로 나기 값이나 겨울새지 시기도 되는 저천도 조천 그 값이요 시에서야 롱 시바 근데 거기로 런녀모 비긴 거 시바 거기도 이나 중인조 값라 되네 대승가 마인바
Oh, Sunga.
Some lane de ba, the Shiva, the Pound Meva, George Meva,
Oh, wait.
Shiba Tayon, Megova, Karisada,
Gongta, Dito Sumgari, Yamter?
Pong, Jor,
Jor.
Shi something.
Wow, Shili Mayamba. Okay. So, ordinarily, in the context of Tantra, the afflictive, or ordinarily, sutra, in the context of sutra, we are rejecting the afflictive emotions, we are abandoning or purifying, we're abandoning the afflictive emotions. In Tantra, the practice of Tantra, we're transforming the afflictive emotions. They're transformed into wisdom, right? Then in Mahamudra and Dzogchen, we are knowing or understanding, right, afflictive emotions as they perhaps are in their true essence. In the Chuyingzo, in this text, the Treasury of Dharmadhatu, or basic space of phenomena, it is beyond all three of these. So not abandoning, not transforming, not beyond understanding even, or knowing.
Chinang Jinru Soksu Nawa Gun Ying Jijian the Guyin Color Sharson. Ta Chu Tamji Sharsati, Chuji Yang Sharyangwari, Kang Shar Deva Taeyang, Shimit Zadar Shardeva Remata, Mone Mopoch, Trop Deva Shardeva Yomaris. Te Medu, Ta Chinong, Chino Jinjik Tanang Juji Simjian, Jinru. Soks nang de ba tam chi ne hyu yin gi jian re de yin du ne gu yin ko lo sha so ma dan da gu song to ge nang ne nang wa tam chi gu yin mo de sha.
Did you say Kuyi Korlo? Kuyi Korlo?
Kuyi Korlo dan da.
Oh, okay, de la yore. Oh, that's so. So pacher di dampo den da line ni mato lo yosarawa. Okay. And so as it says, throughout the entire universe, all beings and all that manifests as form are adornments, the adornments of basic space, arising as the ongoing principle of enlightened form. So, whatever it is that appears, that manifests, the outer container and the beings therein, do so without ground. They are groundless. Whatever it is that appears is the ornamentation or adornment of the Dharmadhatu, and therefore becomes like the nature of awakened form, or shines forth as the sort of, actually it says like sphere or wheel of enlightened form. Here it says the ongoing, that's interesting. So Korlo is translated as ongoing principle?
Yeah, that's
okay.
His poetic language.
Okay. Yeah, the wheel. Oh, the wheel. Yeah. Got it.
You don't have to rely on English translation. We can, we can manage to Tibetan wheel or mandala or whatever.
But that's the meaning. That is, I see. Okay, that's good, great. Good. Yeah.
That's sukta tanda masuk kusung talks and lu nga yis ta na so te yorwa te indu suk se at lu chi ra se at nga chi and the same se at to lu jar te indu ta ti ma to tene nga so lu yomar ba lu nga yis som se at ma to me war te indu ta so nga so nang de ba te sai ku yingo shar de ba kan ko wa dang kan Trava 담지 때 라이기 송 ngô xar de ba ane sem gin jwa na so nam li na tok so sen da da de kang chen ba tam ji de tok jing ngô xar de ba jum sen kal de xar ba re so na de da tam ji yin ki jian re so chu ji yin ji jian yin be jum sen ji ni ji ngô xar da re so
And so all form, all sound, all thought is the nature of awakened body, awakened speech, and awakened mind. So all we have are the three doors. So therefore, that is, the form, all that appears, all forms that appear is the nature of body. So enlightened or awakened form or awakened body form. And all sound is the nature of mantra or awakened speech. And all that occurs in the mind, all thoughts or conceptual expression is the nature of awakened mind. And so all experience becomes the essence of these three doors of the deity, meaning all appearance, for instance, shines forth as the awakened form of the deity. And everything that is heard, all speech, all sound, becomes experienced as the awakened speech of the deity. And whatever is thought or any cognition or activity of the mind becomes the essence of the deity's awakened mind. And so this is because all that appears and exists is the adornment, the ornamentation of the Dharmadhatu. And this is, why it can occur as such. So it is this essence, the true essence, that shines forth and is seen and experienced in this way as the awakened body, speech, and mind of the deity.
Kandana zungba tada tamji karsung yorasina nga tsu ha ko jorong ma go jorong da chu namji nelu sananda chu namji rangshin te ko yen duma ni ne te dar kya de gares te indu pangya sayanda jurya sayanda hana shi ne jurwa tebya ti yomares ko yene terang ti rang yi terang ne de gares.
And so whether we understand the true nature of phenomena, whether we don't understand, whether there's understanding or not, the true nature of reality, the true nature of phenomena is primordially this essence, this intrinsic essence. And so therefore, there is nothing to abandon, there is nothing to transform, because primordially from the beginning, it is not there, or
Everything's pure.
Everything is pure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next verse. Dovare do jene shepo yang chuyen ngong le yoba dorzame non si yoro sonze non yang chuyen ngong me non jume zo temme san sen ye tong yang ba che rong sar shi shi chuyen jen to sha.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of like. That's the end right here. Okay. So we can recite together. Beings born in the 6 classes through the 4 avenues of rebirth, moreover, do not stray in the slightest from the basic space of phenomena. The universe of appearances and possibilities, the 6 kinds of sense objects manifesting in dualistic perception, appears within the realm of the basic space of phenomena, just as illusions do, manifest yet non-existent. Timelessly empty, supremely spacious and naturally clear, just as it is, the universe arises as the adornment of the basic space of phenomena.
Thank you. Tantane nang dewa tanda chuyin gi ngone chor shar dewa rikpe tsal sana chuyin ji tsal ne dang to shar dang ne tene rolwa tele tene shar dewi gi ngopo tamchi ta luna rowa rik chok se ya no jene namba his jedu nga so jene namba his ya no tina teta tamchi shar dewi ne kam na yang chuji ying se ya tigi ngam tigi rangi tigi ngowo le en yuban tele kal soma tene xian de chor soma dor zam gi yo mare so 근데 this 하고야 돼 가르코고 그랬으나 맞소지 샤르데도 때문에 추지 ying네 loss churwa 현나지 chor송어레스 다든지 zamge요라 근데 삼나트네 코와트 텐텐 레브 mendo송도 가르스나 간드지 샤르데나요 추지 잉랑라 네데바 마도 추지 잉네 loss churwa지 샤르죠 마레스 가정나서 그래서 밀람세야 민비 값서 나가서 제네 디게 배자는 순그레 이 나가서 니 데베 값서 밀람제 나와 강샤나요 거 니사 드롱라 마도 텔리션도 저러 가용 송요 말봐 티
So whatever appearances that arise or shine forth from the Dharmadhatu, so in this manner that was mentioned earlier, as the dynamic energy, from the dynamic energy, there arises or appears the radiance, which then manifests as display, or the play of phenomena. Or
maybe engage.
I forgot what we said for Ropa. Yeah.
Ropa.
Engaged.
Radiant that take as objects to in this sort of subject-object duality occur at this point.
At the point of Dong or Ropa?
Ropa.
Oh, okay. So at the point of the display, or then Ropa, he said in English, we have the split into subject-object duality, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so all this phenomena are all matter, all things, in the kind of, as it says here, the 6 beings born in the 6 classes through the 4 avenues of rebirth. So the 4 types of birth, the 6 beings who are born through the 4 types of birth, all that shines forth, all that appears, never becomes anything other than the essence of Dharmadhatu. It isn't in contradiction. It hasn't become something else. There's not even an atom's worth of difference in this sort of samsaric display. And so this is really important to understand because, understanding that all phenomena never becomes anything other or different from the Dharmadhatu. And yet that is not that thought doesn't occur because there is this thought that it is in fact something different. There has been some change, some transformation away from the innate purity. And so a way to think about it is like when when sleeping and dreaming, so like the dream happens, but you never move from your bed. You're always lying in your bed and the dream is experienced, right? But you never move away from where you're sleeping, right? You're always lying there in your bed and sleeping. Is that what?
Even the dream, what we call event or activity or dream image, that's never depart from at least your body or brain or whatever you want to describe. Even mainly the dream, whatever happening in a dream to you never depart from your psychophysical you, your body, your mental. You think that's kind of a limited, lie down on a bed or something, or if you believe your body is pervasive
like
everywhere,
astral
then
projection.
it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm speaking English, I guess. 디 tunta ngoma te karhi gyore sena nga tsun turba se duji halam ji ngenpa ji dugbo ji te be de korong ngenpa ji le zine bang go ya ro te bang ju yo ba dang te ji ngopo ji le song ji ne bang yo ro te me ba ha kona pento kar yo sena tine tamji te rangi songdeva rangi susha waje mato ngone cho mewa da ha ko na tene ko rangxin ji bang ya bang me go ba go ne tene rangxin ji ta ba yin ba ji ha ko ya da ti chi song yo ro da cha chen Dzogchen de so ma cho rang wa bin jo rang yi ji kom ja ya ma to tene sol ba la zho ba la so ba me go song da tene song xian rao de ko xie dan san rao de rigpa san an de yo da nga zu rigpa logic san reason san jing do ha jia song da ten rao de jum san rao de ha ko ba yin na en tel de ne gom ja ba yin na pen do chen ba yong ro.
And so the meaning here is that this idea or kind of perception that we have of delusion being something negative, something bad that we need to reject, that concept is based on kind of giving some identity to the delusion, thinking of it as a thing or a substantial thing, and so when it is understood that there is actually, when there is correct understanding there is nothing actually to abandon or to reject. And so what is the benefit of that understanding? When we know that everything is sort of self-created, that other than that being sort of like a projection that is self-created, there's no real reality there. then naturally there is no need to abandon anything, to reject. It is naturally pure. There is the natural, innate purity. And so this is not so different from when it is the same as when we speak in, you know, the context of Mahamudra, for instance, and Dzogchen as well. There, you know, we speak of naturally settling in meditation. So there's this term Rongbop, which is literally like kind of allowing the mind to drop into itself, or just natural. Usually we translate this as naturally settling. And with that, there is no effort that is needed. There's nothing that is done. There's nothing to do other than just like allowing the mind to drop into itself, or to just naturally settling. And with this understanding, you know, with the kind of logic aspect of kind of like having a conceptual understanding of all this, ends up benefiting in the meditation, to have a kind of an understanding that is based on reason, can bring benefit in terms of the meditation. Rebe. Okay. Oh.
Did you copy everything?
Yeah, I mean, they dadung yurewa mangbo.
I want to point out here
Oh,
the
okay.
line that
Is later. Yeah, I don't have it.
Mm.
Yeah.
This is the end of chapter 9. Here is not. It's pointing out what the Longchen Ramchen wants to point out. So I want to show, just not I'm saying, but he's also is really saying this. So first I read in Rinpoche and I read in Tibetan, and then maybe Virginia will help to read you if you don't have book, but pages 100.
Yeah, I don't think we've
100
printed up to that point, right?
or
Yeah.
5.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Mendo to the pabla turye san tro don me ga tra don tro don se jove yin jong na za dong a san che dong je ri je la so pa ta le ro wa xiao de ngo zong la me pong me jo ra me pong me la me jong me jo ro xin Medame gan rong sanje de me samjo de ra lunje jo Jimi rong ya ran kalong ta be sen zan dong ra tong ja Je ba kong ne ja. This here is what pointing out here is mi pon, melin, mejon, mejor, meta, migom. So that's the part of it.
104 or 105.
Yeah, the last one.
So it says,
You can read if you want.
go ahead and read this whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Within
Within
the oneness of everything as awakened mind, equal to space, dualistic perception draws you into confusion, conditioned existence and causality. Since sensory appearances based on confusion are illusory and have no true support, when you encounter them directly, maintain the experience of their leaving no trace, free of evaluation. When something unwanted falls into your lap, you have a negative reaction, such as anger, dislike, envy, upset, irritation, anxiety, depression, mental anguish, or fear of death and rebirth. When such reactions arise as a display due to dynamic energy, identify them as such. Do not renounce them, indulge in them, refine them away, transform them, look at them, or meditate on them. Rather, rest spontaneously in the single, naturally settled state of evenness, free of the proliferation and resolution of conceptual frameworks. Mind as a pure expanse of space in which things vanish naturally and leave no trace, arises with intensity from within, pristinely lucid.
Dende yongya ke ta me go wa gom me go wa tene pang me go wa jor me go wa len me go wa dan de nyam len shi go wa de shi du 가르치 는 텐데 차고요 그래서는 그 당보 혈도 힘에 짜다 그런 혈용이 혈 대비네 감나요 추지행은 조사 가야매가 딜라 때네 빵세네 빵자 뭐 포트업 대바지 저거나요 저거 뭐 포트업 대바 텐데 가야매가 인데 단들이 차고요 될 단다 전번도 왔다 지난바 두수유도 때 슬로나요 here chu 신라병 효지를 했더니 거봐요 랩지를 했는데 주소유나 롱나야고 했더니 가정 빠트럼 보지게 주인조 됐다 첨보 임바탕 제 롱나 배용 첨보요 받다 근데 뭐 정도 했더니 지난부터 로요는 했더니 디토는 하고 그러
And so what is being said here is that, because everything arises or shines forth from the Dharmadhatu, it is all the essence of the Dharmadhatu. So it arises from the Dharmadhatu, but as it is arising, as it is appearing, as it is manifesting, it is nothing other than the Dharmadhatu. It hasn't become anything else. It hasn't gone somewhere else. And so therefore, at that time, there is nothing to reject, there is nothing to abandon, nothing to renounce, nothing to transform, or as it says, do not renounce them, indulge in them, refine them away, transform them, look at them, or meditate on them. And so it is good to read this section, if you have the text, to read it on your own, and kind of regularly to read it and reflect upon it. And through that, there is, the potential to access some understanding through blessing. There's some understanding that can arise. As Path of Rinpoche says, it's so in these verses that we were also given with the booklet for the winter teachings, he emphasizes how important the Chuyingzo is, and that in reading it. So if we regularly read these verses, there's a deeper understanding that will also come.
On page 5, in the last 2 sentences or 2 lines, Nancy your took Sungzi Nawayang chewing on the meno jume source, and the Yangjur shares at the chewing on the Tor Shar Yangaris, Shar David Capso, and meno don't be Sungyans and menons, and then a menons in the country's jury on a day.
Oh, so
non-existence.
Oh, I see.
Menang. Empty appearance, not yet. And don't soak say at the Jurdu empty forms and door. And menang say at the Gyabra Jurdu
menang.
Empty appearances.
Oh, menang.
The Nawa Teon. 그 매낭래 뭐또 요바지 낭대가 말해서 그 매바 낭대가 그래서 아주 근데 사건들 금도 동서 공부해서 empty form
So was that the last two lines you said? On page 5, as it says, the 6 kinds of sense objects, actually it includes the line above it, the universe of appearances and possibilities, the 6 kinds of sense objects manifesting in dualistic perception appear within the realm of the basic space of phenomena, just as illusions do, manifest yet non-existence. And so, yet non-existent. And so as these appearances shine forth or appear, they manifest, yet they are non-existent. They are empty form. So that's actually the term in Tibetan is tongzok, so it's like empty form. And another term that is here in the Tibetan is menang, which actually means not. So it's like actually non-appearance or so here I think the translation is non-existent, but it's actually like non-appearance. These appearances are non-appearances, empty appearances. Oh, menang.
Yeah.
Menang?
Yeah.
Also empty appearances?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all appearance without exception is nothing other than that. Empty form, empty appearance. Just as when we meditate on the awakened form of the deity, it is empty form that we are meditating upon, that we understand the deity's form to be of that nature.
Illusory bodies and empty forms, and think not so knock, no,
and so also we often hear, as it says, illusions, or there's reference. This is connected with the illusory body, which is essentially referring to this nature of empty form, that it is really nothing other than like an illusion, an illusory form.
Kanyang meba, yene, tomba chenpo, tetavu, bigris. Tateta shardeva te tamki meba, durna, chuji yengi jen, shardeva, stanga zu jens, choso, ha koyo koswan tanda, zartong rurwa jens ya tika, kite di jente, chu yengi jens du, chuji yengim, maton rosa meba. Chuji tanam kurwasa pangya ji nga zo nzinde ande chuji yengi jenri ma to chuji yengla nzebo chaya ji ma zo chuji yeng ngandro ya tende mares.
And so then, as it says, without underlying support, vividly apparent, yet timelessly empty, supremely spacious and naturally clear, just as it is, the universe arises as the adornment of the basic space of phenomena. So there is these appearances that appear are vivid, yet timelessly empty, and they have no basis. There's no kind of support there. There's nothing to grasp onto. They are the nature, primordially, they are the nature of great emptiness, of the great emptiness. And so as they shine forth, as they appear, they are merely the adornment, the ornamentation of the Dharmadhatu. So all kind of these 3 aspects, Cao, Ropa, Gyin, or the dynamic energy, the display, the ornamentation, it is none other than these are none other than the characteristics of the Dharmadhatu itself. They don't become any other thing or go some other place. And so therefore there is nothing to kind of seek to grab hold of and seek to reject or push away. This ornamentation only beautifies. It actually doesn't do anything to harm or there's no actually like negative impact there. It is simply an ornamentation, which in fact it becomes very beautiful. It only beautifies.
Yeah. Without samsara, nirvana is not really beautiful. Yeah. Shedar nanda yinjing on jan de lunyam yo juga yong jo sen yeva ran dong bo dong jor me be jinon ju ni ran yong yi ngong ya dong zur me de long je de injir. Here.
I don't know why I'm getting lost in the Tibetan.
Yeah,
this one?
Yeah.
This one, okay.
Shedar nanda yinjing on jan de kandiji nangde vayananda, kandiji cha kan, so kandiji nangde vayananda, cha kandiji cha de vayana.
Oh yeah, Lokosare. Yeah, so first actually we will recite together in Tibetan. I mean in English.
Yeah. It's good Chintu, it's very good for now it doesn't matter.
Right.
Either Tibetan
Non-duality.
or English.
One and the same. However things appear or sound within the vast realm of basic space, they do not stray from their spontaneous equalness as Dharmakaya, awakened mind, since the timeless state of utter relaxation is naturally empty and without transition or change. Whatever manifests constitutes the scope of naturally occurring timeless awareness, the true nature of phenomena, merging in a single blissful expanse without any effort, without anything needing to be done.
I hear that. Kandiji nangde vayina sok jendu sok senanda ngaso ndo megi sok senanda ndo sok kandiji nangde nanda da kandiji chayo nanda poke nanda inji ke nanda nangde pobai nanda inji nanda ndorna somate chuji yingi ngang chenpo tiki nangdo na soma nyambare slunyam yimba matse chuji ko Jangchubling semsayate chagyorez.
Chuku Jangsen. So whatever it is that, like whatever form that is seen, like the form of human beings or any form whatsoever, all sound that is heard, whether it is Tibetan or English, whether, they are Tibetan or English people, then it is all the great appearance of the Dharmadhatu. So there is this equality. It is all the equal nature of the Dharmadhatu. And not only that, it is the Dharmakaya of the awakened mind.
I think nga zonyong chukus Jangchubling semsaya jingo po trop deva. Dawaji shargoro ka nga semnang te shargoro kaptola yon yeva ronton po non yorme bas ye ne pabji rangshinji omba ni yimba ta ne tenen po manyong ba njurwa tenen me ba tenreji nang samna tanggo nga zo lunyam me yo chuku Jangchubling semsaya te yang mo po trop deva ma yimba tenreji
And it says, since the timeless state of utter relaxation is naturally empty and without transition or change, whatever manifests constitutes the scope of naturally occurring timeless awareness, the true nature of phenomena. Sometimes in the mind, there is this, what happens is the mind wants to kind of concretize this, make into a thing, the Dharmakaya of awakened mind, so it becomes kind of solidified in the mind. But as it says, there is no, it is primordially just that naturally settling into that primordial nature, which is naturally empty and without any transition or change. So the Dharmakaya of the awakened mind is also not a thing or some state. Yeah.
The chuni rangjung gi yishi sewa tel dene tene tela xia dong zol me song tela tene xiawa ji xi tela zodrup chi ne zar zodrup ya kan yo ma res ko rangjung gi yishi imbi jum senji te indu da dewe long sin dana yong xian da long je le da ti long ji ging on tena 네 담진 두두요래 상한 체르두요래 암 두두요래 진강라 내려요래 첼스는 내두 첼다 서 던다 지고지고는 그런도
And so this, whatever manifests constitutes the scope of naturally occurring timeless awareness, the true nature of phenomena, merging in a single blissful expanse, without any effort, without anything needing to be done. So whatever it is that appears, whatever it is that appears, whatever manifests, constitutes the scope of naturally occurring primordial awareness, or is the nature of the self-arisen primordial wisdom or primordial awareness, the Dharmata. No, he said Dharmata. He said Chuni. I mean, that's, I thought, but yeah. I mean, Chuni dang Chuying. Chuni, not Chuni Chuyin.
Chuni, yeah.
Chuni, he did say Chuni.
Suchness.
Or suchness. And
Chuni
so there.
Chuying Chibanara.
So really, actually, these two are the same, Dharmata and Dharmadhatu. And so therefore, there's no effort or no action, nothing that is needed to be done. It becomes here, it's, as it says, there's this merging into a single blissful expanse without any effort, without anything needing to be done. Whatever it is that appears, all is contained within the scope of that, of this intrinsic nature or essence.
Okay, I think we just temporarily pause here and then sounds.
Yeah, so we can do the short dedication. The bottom of page 24. by the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drigungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. Okay. Yes, thank you, everyone. So we'll come back at 7. And
Yeah, we kind of focus on the dance of the you know, that's the lucky time. Right.
that's why this one. Set up the answer button, just put it up as one of the. And this thing being that separates it, this one being that separates it. Yeah. I'm a little tired.
So we can start with opening prayers on page 5 of the prayer book. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
Sanje chodan zoje chonam lai chanjo parada dane jasanje dage jinzoje bie sanam je rola penje sanje rola.
May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Nanga dan nyambe semje tamje dewa dan deve juda dengar joy je tamara dan ge juda tewara joy je tamara mebe dewa dan dewa joy je Nyeran jadan yida jeve nanyong la nebai joy.
So then we'll do the Vajrayana 7-branch prayer on page 8 of the winter retreat booklet. Oh, Dangpo bouquet? Oh, just in Tibetan. Okay, so we'll just do it in Tibetan. And then we'll do page 16, the request for teachings in the prayer book. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma, of the two vehicles and their combination, according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Omi Jujin Jepobran Dusum Sanje Gunjingo Ranzim Jugung Zum Donzibe Zavilama Chola Zawande Dazon Dravilona Chula Jo. Again, thank you for coming back. I was a little bit worried that it's complicated and also maybe difficult or too easy. We don't know yet. Anyway, I think I sort of rushed and finished the last session, and I saw someone raising hand, and we didn't have time to discuss questions. If you have, we can maybe field questions first, warm up, and then we can go into the book.
Mm-hmm. So was there somebody who had a question at the end of the last session that
It was John, but he's not here.
Oh,
Okay.
There was some from online that they needed.
okay.
Okay.
So there's a question from Sandra Kipper from the first session, and she was asking, how can you say the ground is unchanging and yet is the source of the display that arises and passes? And she has a couple other questions, but we can start with that one.
Yeah, that's really a good question. I don't know, but it says that yeah, everything's changing at the same time. Nothing is changing. So that the message is that I think once we verify or objectify or concretize, that's your word, and then we have, of course, rising and ceasing. Once we want to trace back, then must be from ground. So it's and then the question rather there's no really answer. And at this point, I think the main point here is we sort of create samsara and nirvana, or ground that the samsara and nirvana rise from ground, but we also engage with that, the rolba, the display that
play,
we engage. Once we engage, of course, then we have dualistic thoughts, and then, of course, there is samsara and nirvana. It doesn't necessarily mean intrinsically exist. So rising and ceasing is even Madhyamikas or Mahayana teachings talks about. It's just conventional level. When we talk about phenomena, then appearances, we must talk about conventional level. Of course, then conventions or the relative truth is based on the ultimate truth, or these two are related. So in a Dzogchen, we don't really separate these two truths. The ground is almost, maybe, if we put in this language, ground is sort of ultimate truth. The rising and ceasing is, of course, then it's a conventional level. So often we see the conventional truth that never interrupt or affect the ultimate truth. So that's one way of maybe we can think about. So
It's no matter what happened in a conventional level, the ultimate truth is never changed. Yeah.
So maybe a similar question, but different as well. So she asked, does the ground, the Dharmadhatu, exist or not exist? Is it unchanging or changing? Is it permanent or impermanent? Is it also empty?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's our mind needs some label and some concept to describe. Without concept and label, then we cannot really talk about. So here, with simple way of putting a little bit kind of maybe deviating from Dzogchen on point of view, but once we conventional and ultimate truth separates, then we can talk a lot of things. And in a Sims conventional level, we can talk many things, but then ultimate truth is not really changing anything. So similar here, permanent or impermanent. Permanent sometimes used as ultimate truth, Buddha nature and so forth. Impermanent is a samsaric thing. Mm-hmm. So of course then we can, that logic to think about the ground is not impermanent or not existing things or not any cause and condition to compounded things. So ground is not belong to conventional level.
That last question from Sandra. She so is everything good? Everything that manifests is magical display of compassion? Even things that seem unequivocally bad, such as war, murder, malice, or are they just the display of enlightened beings?
Here, a little bit tricky, I think. When we say enlightened being, then seems there's behind intentionally making some bad things. That is maybe at least Buddhists don't want to say there's creator and also someone intentionally doing bad things to beings. That's maybe no thing. Yeah. And the judgment of good and bad things is once we have this perception of or ideation of this is mine and this is my center and this is my country and this is my, so the mind part is very strong. Of course, then people are waging wars and so forth. And that case seems to be human nature. I'm not talking about the ultimate nature, but it seems humans are built with this kind of demarcating or the separation of self and others is very strong. And of course, we have judgment of good and bad things, and also we involve based on that assumption to waging wars and killing others and so forth. But here, want to say, even, I mean, maybe example is better. No matter what happened in a dream, there's no good or bad things happening in a dream.
Because they're not really real.
They are not, never exist. Mm-hmm. So never exist is a reason that when we say good, it doesn't necessarily mean good that what we want or what we think is good. Here's ever positive or the Gunda Sangpo is more, it never corrupted. The corrupted means there is there is no concept and there is no ideations or ideas that inferring preferences or the choosing this is good thing and this is bad thing. Right? Then donna so sangbo se de ngamba se de jirtong me rang so ngone hi ne sangbo se de ngamba se de rono so xar ge yorwa xarwa tar de me xenda la lam ne ten ta ji sangbo re ngamba re se to manda ma so zambaleng la tene merig mambo hyoji yobara ti na ne merig re la kono 제 당, 내 당, 사당, 카가 열어봐. 대다 담지 직 약벌이 직 두벌이 세거나 설치그래 이나 그 로노소스 잠노 동네 설치그래 이나 지용 근원 삼노 동나 다직 성보던 년 봤어야 돼. 예와 체마도 다 듣지 성 간원 그 근접 덴백 토르시거 던단 덴백 온도 동나 되네 들리장 나갔더니 당보 뭐버지가 맞춰봐 뒤토라 다동 주 탐지 힘에 자를 인도 뒤토르네 상보를 년발에서 예와 체험해 봤더라 되네 상보스 단다 맹다 샤버리 마도 다제도 영아 추산비 상보로 되네 요사마레스
So, in brief, good and bad, or positive and negative, are really subjective. It is, each individual has kind of their own ideas about what's right and what's wrong, what's good and bad. But when you look at it kind of, objectively, for instance, in the world, there are so many different cultures, so many different races of people, and each culture has their own kind of set of ideas and beliefs around this, right and wrong and good and bad. Their actions are different. Their kind of way of being in the world is different. The way that they eat, all the foods and kind of customs are different. And so to sort of designate a universal good and bad or right and wrong, it's okay for oneself, but in general, when applied to kind of a universal idea, or a universal kind of assumption about good and bad, it doesn't really work because it's subjective. And that's on the relative level. On the level of the ultimate truth, goes even further, because since all phenomena lack true existence or substantial nature, they are without ground, they are rootless, they are groundless, and so therefore there is no real good and bad. And yes, we use the term kuntu zangbo, or all good, or the purity and all good, but this is not good in the way that we're commonly thinking about the designation of good.
Okay.
There was also a request from Aaron on Zoom. If you could, either now or at some point, make an audio of you singing the text. So I think that there's a couple points when you were reciting the text, the Treasury. I think maybe he would like if you can make a recording of that at some point.
The whole recitation.
I don't know if the whole recitation or what, but the singing. But he asked of the singing. Yeah, maybe the melody he wants. I can ask, but
yeah, melody seems to change all the time. My melody, yeah. So I cannot control myself. Really, I mean, I don't know. The same sometimes I chant like Gyabra Rinpoche's melody, but then sometimes my own thing, and then sometimes mix, and yeah, I cannot really do that. Yeah, whatever you hear is
What you get.
my own voice. Yeah. Yeah, in the future I can. I mean, if you want, I can record, or I can give long, and but that's we can do if.
I don't think anyone cares if it changes. They just want to hear you sing.
Okay, that's why I'm trying to read with my whenever we say my, then it's a very kind of limited thing, yeah. It is because I cannot have much varieties, yeah. Okay. Rongsa me yo long chu zo ba ne kong nong ni ne rong yin lun je cho ju xin ju me lun nyam da wa na zo nan de ren jar zo le do wa rong jong yan chen zhuo ji dong xia zhe gun de song le yo ba. Okay.
That one.
And then
So the ni sort of rangsa
two,
go
yeah.
to it.
Ni.
Are there any new people who don't have the text?
Oh, on page 7.
Yeah. Okay. So we're on page 7 and the third verse, beginning with Sambhogakaya. Sambhogakaya is unwavering natural lucidity. Even as anything at all manifests, it is by nature spontaneously present, uncontrived and unadulterated, a pervasive state of spontaneous equalness.
Tene tanda chuk se de Jangchubling sem se zeng chu ji gu ni den de na Gyabra zhou xiang de de tang tene chu ni se da chu ku se chu ni se Jangchubling sem rang jung gi yi xie de da tun de na tun Gyabra zhou qi da tanda long chu zhou bi gu se de kan zhe ji si xie bi na rang sar me yo long chu zhou ba ni kang nang ni ne rang yi lun ji chu long chu zhou bi gu rang xin ji wu sao ba me yo wa long chu tam chi zhou ba ten zhe ge kang nang wa ni ne lun ji chu ba nang du ni ne lun zhou ji rang xin ten zhe re
Nang du gong ta?
nang tu ni ne as soon as appear or at the moment of appearing, yeah.
The rest of that sentence, as soon as it appears.
Kong ni ne rang yi lun ji zhu.
Oh, the long. Oh, rang xin lung gi zhu.
Ta ti lun zhou te jiu xing jiu me song xian ge jiu ba yin ba tang xian ge jiu de do ba xian de jiu dan jian ge jiu xing le ba tang jiu de me do ba de le. And the devil nyam talwa se de da chong ma le chap den kan chong ma le nyam cha nyam ko ne chap den kan tel se ku sar.
And so these terms, the Dharmakaya, the awakened mind, are synonymous as they are kind of the same thing. Likewise, Dharmata, Dharmakaya, the awakened mind, the self-arisen pristine awareness or primordial wisdom, these are all speaking to the same thing. And then with the Sambhogakaya, as it is unwavering natural lucidity, even as anything at all manifests, it is by its nature spontaneously present. And so the nature of the Sambhogakaya is this natural lucidity, or this luminosity, the spontaneous nature of the kind of luminosity presence that is unwavering or unchanging, unadulterated. It is uncontrived and unadulterated, and it is endowed with all dila longchu tsangma dila buye la yo samarawa yurwe longchu
롱추도
oh longchu zopa
롱추도 yeah.
Hineang chi gi longchu sangma dang demba dawoche longchu sangma dang demba dawoche sangma sangma. So it's endowed with like all longchu kande like aspects of enjoyment.
How do you translate? Do you know in English?
It's hard, yeah. Longchu.
Sometimes people translate enjoyment body, yeah. Longchu Dzogchen is that.
Which is yeah.
Yeah.
Why,
which means.
I don't know another way to say it.
Endowed with all. No. Anyway.
Endowed with all.
Good stuff.
Good things.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good stuff. All aspects of enjoyment, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. And as soon as it appears, so as it says, it is, the moment that it appears, it is, fully manifest, as this spontaneously arisen Sambhogakaya nature. And it is without uncontrived and unadulterated, so it is beyond causes and conditions. And it is unadulterated, so it can't be like corrupted or changed. And it is all pervasive. So it is a pervasive state of spontaneous equalness, also this quality of equalness in regards to the equality of all things, all phenomena.
Nata choku sedu ngo tongbe chat la shi. Longku sedu rangjin salve chat la shi. Tene tanda ngo tongba te dang rangjin salva te ni Dzogchen shi yi. Ta ngo ngoma te tong chat dang sal chat ni. Shi tene song dun juba te tanda turbe ko sanne tene song yoro andana.
And so the Dharmakaya is the empty essence aspect of the ground. The Sambhogakaya is the natural clarity or luminosity, here natural lucidity of the aspect of the ground. So these two are the qualities like of or aspects of the ground, and their indivisibility is the Nirmanakaya.
Tene tan turbe ko se na cho mandi rwin chart sorle turba rong yunyan central jiten shara kondo song yoba mes ta tukje sayade nacho turbe ko se na nacho sayade turbe ko sayade chukta u chikbor mayimba long da jarwa renga tawin sembe gi jemba tendre tajik da mayimba te turbe ko serju tanda sanji jom tande 당보 자갈 그다음에 되네 단제바 중이라 서 시주어와 텐제기 줄베 거던데 줄베 거테 많이 봐 몸보시한도 대신도 단다용 아주 줄거선 시대 그래서 담지 되게 그래 대인도 나초래 돼요 그래도 마도 직 인증 메뉴 줄베고 세도용 제 올라 죽돌 당 샵랑 콜로요가 드레랑 거고요 말해.
Kung ta de gingun la de jema de ko song dene kashe lak song pene tuje la tene dene nato shal dene de kat de ku korla to get the young ter song no.
ngô tongba sero rangyi salva sero tukje nacho sengdo
Oh, tukje nato. Dene?
dene nacho de tanda dinon do te puyik mustola nacho se do
Oh, that's all.
nacho se du mangbo ndamenda mangbo segoro 제인도 다직 지바직 장마인 반다원다 장마인 신 담만다 어쩌베고기 tene nambrol ndamanda yores me chigbo mayin ba tundro dan tene soksha shenda shenge rube ko dan tene mela samno tawena thandi kapsayo tene turkusen nga so doa motso chichor
Dene longku gyaware nga tegi ngana kare
long nga so jarwa renga se jarwa renga se du namju tabar tene jenchalo mambo yungken chigwa ndawndoa 줄글을 대 인거가 말이야. 그 줄글 나서서 텔레텐드네 민다가 mambo 용례리스.
And so then, as it says, due to the way in which the distinct myriad display arises, emanations occur naturally, the amazing magic of what has ultimate meaning. They never stray from the wholly positive state in which nothing need be done. And so this is then referring to the Nirmanakaya, which from the aspect of the ground, which is the all-pervasive compassion, manifests in myriad ways, or they are actually referred to. There's the category of Nirmanakaya, which is referred to as like the myriad or all the varieties, like all sorts of manifestations. So they appear in many different forms, and countless. There are these countless Nirmanakaya emanations, not just as human beings, but as animals and other sentient beings, and even like Diniti Chu, Chitangi Chu, Yang di Simchen Mayimba Draw Lap Tukio or Lap Tukio Mare.
Turku Simchen Mayimba, Dene Dene Sotur Kusaya.
And for instance, there are also like the what's referred to as like the artistically created Nirmanakaya forms, which would take the form of like say statues or tankas or things like this.
Bodhicharya Avatara Nangla Tene Molam Ganal Kariorsana Sengdong Sambani to Chorsondua Kong Molam Jabdu Ngama Bala Trutang Sambani to Jorshos Molam Jagdua.
And so the various kind of Nirmanakaya emanations that appear in various forms can even be inanimate objects. Like in, for instance, the Bodhicharya Avatara, there's the aspiration, may I appear at, or become a bridge for those who need to cross a body of water, or in or a boat, not a bridge. A bridge and a boat. Yeah. For those who need to be ferried across. And then we have the Nirmanakaya emanations that we usually think of, like the Buddha, the transcendent conqueror, the historical Buddha who appeared in India, was born in India, and then manifested the 12 deeds and so forth. But that is not the only way, to think of Nirmanakaya, because the Nirmanakaya appears in myriad forms. So it isn't necessarily, the Nirmanakaya Buddha with the Ushnisha at his crown and so forth.
Tanda kusom sayatse rang sosu ju semgi ju semgi ngowola rang chi suyo batala tene ngowo tongba rang yisarwa tukje kunchap sayo tanda so tamji yewe kapso shesayaji kurde nyingi she dingen she sana sheji yoga shego yena yo ta chorzam tongwa na rangi simni devar shigwin bo tele los chirwa ana shen kurwa sayaji na nyangan deva sayaji yo mares ten kap sayon on chi tenre la drindoa khamsong kurbe la samno tang tang chik tongwa na simchen rang chi bo ma to mewa tenre yung samno tang chogdwa
Gandai simchen chibo.
rang chi bo ma to samsara karsi ngen tong deva teso nga ma yinba chik yinjir besana te taju tago marwa te yinde degi nangla rang susu chibo ma to mena shishi mi kang ngen tong deva tongwa zamji simchen xianda yinba tang te ten tago mendo 근데 이제 삼노 땅나요. 그거 춥춘다고 지시 영어로 왔는데
Kurwa trulchu.
trup exist, yeah. How to exist samsara.
Drupsu. Tese hako tupan. And so the three kayas are present as the essence of, or within our own being, as the true essence of the mind itself. And these characteristics, the empty essence, the aspect of clarity or luminosity, and the all-pervasive compassion, or the all-pervasive spontaneous presence are all the intrinsic kind of qualities of the true essence or the true nature of our own mind, and the ground, as this itself is the ground of both samsara and nirvana. There is the single ground, and we sort of think of this ground also in terms of like almost an external thing, or some sort of, as the ultimate nature, also somehow being apart from one's mind. But if you really think about it, and if you turn within, there is the recognition that it is none other than the true nature of your own awareness, the Tathagata Garbha, the Buddha nature. It isn't anything other than that. Apart from that, there is no samsara or nirvana. And the three realms of cyclic existence and all sentient beings, apart from one's own perception, or one's own experience, we can't say that there is something there. If we question, is there something outside, of my own mind, and that's not something that's sort of indecisive, because apart from our own experience, seeing, sentient beings, for instance, we can't really say that they are definitively there. Yeah. There isn't any conclusion that you can come to there. And so when we start to think in this way, we can come to the understanding of, how it is actually that samsara exists.
Mato Sangji Rowe Gaps. Then Kurwana Simche Jigjong Tonga Marise, then the Yorova. The Mintonga Jumsen the Karasana Kurvasayade Rono Susuki, Drin Shawachamato, Shen the Trop Deva, the maybe Jumsenji. Race, that the near. Did they have Kone Nyams Lenken number in that? Chachin the Dzogchen said, wrong small dark race and sinking all stuff. Kachirtichi Jumaris, Kachirtis and you're la part Dutch in relation to Gyabra Rona, Tatu Jumaris. And Kanal Sortan, wrong same dark race. Wrong same jing all till the Devaina, Karen Toya. Then chukolong kudruk kusom tayaro. So tanken teyong pena rangjungi yishisananda rikbasananda Jangchubling semsananda tigi tsor takayoro. Te tagayodu te ngowo te konon tong lela wachi chagayoro. Te mato ngowo par dene sanji seji kawayona san par de te wayna nyeya mewa tang ragya mewa chitari. The Gossom Jingote rang simnin tella, San Division Senchi, the canon to law and wrong sembling over the Devaina. Donna goes wrong like Gossom you, but Tigi wrong Gossom to be wrong yard. Yarne, the that wrong sembling over the Gossom the Shantamendo Sam, the Ninkorvasa at the Mewa Tachune, Jebatang, chart of Giores. Kurva sayat meba hakone, and a Jebatam Jitan Charne, then a song Jesat, that teacups level.
And so when awakening occurs, when one attains Buddhahood, then it is seen that there aren't any sentient beings to be found. One no longer sees sentient beings. And so it becomes apparent that this thing we call samsara, or this experience we call samsara, is actually just a mistake, like a subjective mistake, or an error, kind of a distortion that comes from oneself. And other than that, there isn't actually anything that truly exists. And so for the practitioner who practices Mahamudra or Dzogchen, this can only be seen or understood through turning the mind inward, by looking within, looking at the true nature of the mind itself. It can never be understood, it can never be sort of figured out by looking outside and investigating external phenomena. And by turning the mind within, then there's the potential there to realize the mind as the nature of the three kayas, this rikpa, or intrinsic awareness, the awakened mind, the primordial wisdom that is empty in essence. If we look at the essence, then there is nothing there specifically to be found, to be seen. And yet the essence itself possesses the nature of the three kayas. And everything is complete within the mind itself. Once that is realized, then it is seen, or the perfection of the three kayas are seen, are understood. And what we refer to as samsara, it no longer exists. We come to understand that there isn't any samsara. And through that, the obscurations are purified, or we become freed from the obscurations, and we attain Buddhahood.
So Nambu Uzungde Chuji Zawa Machu Semji Zawa Chu Seyo Semji Zawa Chuna Jixi Gundur yours.
Sim sawa chuna.
Jig shi kun chor gyur.
Chik ji kun drolgyur.
Ta chu ji tsawa se du chu se du chirur ki yor tala se gorwa. Ta yor tala takchi mambo che ni ti je sun zhong ni jing do mendo da yakbo songbo re ngenpa re se ne mambo che par takchi che ni ti la ngon korn de de ba yina. Tani tarwa togo ma re se. Chu ji tsawa ma chu se. Chu ji je su ma zhong se. Sem ji tsawa chu se. Wane sem la takchi chi. Sem la tani yoden karen do da. Tani ka nang to gor ne. Sem ji tsawa te. Chu go gris. Ta ju.
Sim gande du.
Karen do xie go gris. Takchi chi ne mo xie go gris ra.
Takchi.
Takchi sem ji tsawa te takchi chi te tso. Te ngo xie ba chi. Sem ji tsawa chu na. Karsi. Sem ji tsawa te neren do sam. Yang takwa ji ha ko. Zai chu so na. Tene jik xi gun rung yor se. Jik xi du. Tene tsoma ha ko de ni. Tene cha kare so. Te ma yi na tene mambo ji ha ko de na yo. Tenda tsawa ngoma te sem ji tsawa te. Ha ma go vi na tene sang je to ma re so. Tene gam gam ma tso se gun da gun xi jik duk se. Tsama ha ko de ni. Tene tenda ngoma to do te. Ha ma go jik le kono tap cha ne. Gun xi ba la.
Kunji.
Jik duk.
Chik.
Jik single. Duk. Duk means not understand or yeah.
So the two reverses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as is said, don't cut through the root of all phenomena, cut to the root of your own mind. If you cut to the root of your own mind, all becomes liberated within that single ground, right? Or kun chi. Oh, all becomes liberated through knowing one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so if we're always looking outside at outer objects and trying to, investigating and kind of trying to figure out, trying to kind of cut through to the root of phenomena, what this is right and this is wrong and this is good and this is bad and this should be this way and not that way and so on and so forth, then we just carry on with continuous, unending confusion, and will never become liberated. So if we, rather than trying to cut through phenomena and not following after sort of the proliferations that are connected with or concerned with outer objects or phenomena, instead look at the mind, investigate how is the mind, what is the root of the mind, and when that is understood, when that is recognized, then cutting through to the root of mind itself, then one arrives at perfect understanding. And so in this single knowing, all things become clear, all is liberated within this single knowing. On the other hand, if there are many things that we know or understand, but we don't understand the root of mind, then this will not lead to awakening. This won't lead to Buddhahood. So there's sort of the opposite saying that if knowing everything or knowing many things kind of destroys the one thing. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tene that's Delishina Tanda Gosum says wrong same thing over till Tangtiva Mato. Chiru Yorkitangla. Meva into the park has in Sweden, called Young Ring Bayamato Yamatis, Tene Tor. Takanant Corny and Donna Sembla. Tag race Jim Sanda with the Teresha. Tene Tanda Takanda young Semjing over saying Gosum Sen and Dada Yishum Sena Tazotamchi Tang Deva Indu Tang Sedu Tene Jebat Semjing over the Jebatamchit and Charva Gosumji Yadantamchit Zo Deva Indu taking more she till Bemba Tobiana Tene Yomo Basayat Koron Tensat and Nesa Neva Chane. Yomo Rang Tat and Progress Rang Tat says, you know,
Yomo Rangta?
Purify itself.
Rangta.
Yeah, naturally or purify itself.
And so the essence of one's own mind being in the nature of the three kayas, then to look outside of oneself then just ends up distancing, creating a distancing. That's the only thing that it achieves. And that is the reason why instead we have to go within, we have to turn the mind inward. And since all of the characteristics, the three kayas, the three wisdoms, are present as the essence of awareness itself, then in realizing this, there is naturally liberation from or purification of the obscurations in knowing the essence. Because of this stability of knowing the essence, then the afflictive emotions don't have anywhere to land. They don't have any place to abide or take root. There's no way that they can sort of abide. And so in that knowing, the knowing of that single essence, or in that knowing of the true nature, then afflictive emotions are just naturally purified in their own place. They purify themselves.
Tenda tende no rendo titola taron the go na yobe signaso the tonda for Bogdona no song yo rendo atin de sola des nyamlendo chitona tene ya bores
The gonaya kitse la yeme.
Gona yuba Beijing gona yo yen gona ya tsikende no
So sorry. I misunderstood. It was a funny misunderstanding.
Maybe they want to hear that.
I thought he said something about these words that are a headache, but actually he was saying the words like from the beginning, right? The words that we sort of started out with. But the reason I thought he said that was because we were talking about all of those kind of problematic terms. But the words sounded the same in Tibetan, so it was funny. So we've been studying this text now for 2 days. And there's a lot of meaning there, a lot of deep meaning. And what Khenpo Rinpoche has done is really summarized kind of, the the overall meaning of these initial verses. So having received these teachings or instruction, then we can familiarize ourselves with these verses, practicing them, reading them, having received the explanation, in our own practice. Yeah.
Yang sa me be yang jo sun ni la zurwan me be ku sun lun zho jiang yin le ma yu lun zhong de ma xi ge dong yi xin chen lin lun zho jiang zhou jia ye zho ye xie le jian bu de jie xin de na xia bu sa ra ga Dharmadhatu.
So then the last paragraph in English. Within awakened mind itself, which is without pitfalls, the spontaneous perfection of the three kayas, entailing no effort, is such that without straying from basic space, they are spontaneously present and uncompounded. The spontaneous perfection of the kayas, timeless awareness, and enlightened activity, moreover, is a great amassing, the supreme expanse that is timelessly perfect, timelessly arising. Yeah.
当我是sem jing o bi xiang chu ji sem, dan den di non ni xie bi xiang chu ji sem, 这样sem ni sem da da xiang chu ji sem ni se ni jian da ga 这样他我的这个咯，他我的了，这呢养生没办法，努萨当苦萨。 Tendiyo mares karazna nyo mubasaya de semji ngola ye dumane tro manyo bra te indu dere tan de maresene ene nursatan drusa kanyo yo mares nga Dzogchen ge chuke la ngo xi kristambo ngo xi sendo semji ngo de ngo xi ya de kechen bra tene 早早生的，早早是的，这样就哪孙呢？哪孙是哪讲的 ？mature.
Material.
Mature.
Mature.
Yeah.
Like a member.
进步强样个咯。
第早早的嘞。
早早是。这呢Dharmadhatu的，这呢我呢。 Dharmadhatu ni nyen sai mambol kom de na yang sem jing wo ta char ma ko ba tenri cha ga ta ngo xie se de ji ngo chu ba zam ji ngo chu ba zam jin de ge ma re ta zar zo se de ne ko mambo jam ne gom yong yu tung tong chang mambo jam ne de ne de yu zeng go na tenri che ne zar zo dan ta ma se ne Dharmadhatu be kap su Tani nyong mo ba saya de adane kono sami ngawala ne matoba kom rang kom jabe kapstane ne matoba tani chagore
kom jatu de nyong mo ba ne matupa And so this essence of awareness, which is here the term Jangsim as the awakened mind, or the true nature of mind, this is, it says, it's within the awakened mind itself, which is without pitfalls. So there is no pitfall, there's no possibility of kind of straying from this or going astray. And because the afflictive emotions are not, but they are primordially non-existent within the true essence of awareness, the true essence of the mind. So there isn't any means or way to become confused or to go astray. But first there has to be recognition. So this is very important in the practice of Dzogchen. The first step is recognition. So recognizing the true essence of the mind. The second stage is maturation, or kind of developing familiarity and maturing that recognition. And then the third is establishing stability. And that stability means, for instance, sustaining the recognition of the essence of awareness day and night without falling away from that. So through recognition is not enough. So for instance, if there has been introduction and there's recognition, that alone won't lead to any result, really. There has to be the process of familiarity, and the maturing has to occur. And that occurs through regularly coming back to that recognition in short sessions, frequent in number. So short in duration and frequent or often in its frequency. And so this is the maturation part, or the familiarity. Then if stability is established, then at this point in meditation, there's nowhere for afflictive emotions to land. So as one is meditating, the afflictive emotions, there's nowhere for them to land, right? Basically, they won't abide.
Tasate wrong ripping ore la tankente yung wrong ripping ore de orwa. Te indu yor yurgens
Tasa wrong ripping ore and takin
yung
wrong
ripping
ripping
ore.
ore.
Te cha de wa indu tene yor yurgengi ninzing ke lot. Tene tena lebu yo marwa. Te melebdu tene de tsachen ma ta wrong ripping ore sa te kosom te cha song. Ta kondur na kosom ki kosom la. Tagiorwa, Sengumo Tassidu. And a tea parlor, Sanyana, tea parlor, Partichin, Tenton, Metobia, the Michunkan, Tenrimeva, Dankante, Rangrilla, Tassat Rang, Chadiorwa.
Tasa
Danken, Chiguarwa.
So Barche Mitsiparo. Barche. So
Parchi meba.
Barche meba. Barche yong
parla.
Oh,
parla parchi o marwa karisana. Chig chigorwa. Dankenta tasa ninga chigorwa. Chig chade hore.
That's all. So to practice in this way is very profound. It is very meaningful, and it to explain it like kind of in an easy way or easily.
Easy practice too. Yeah.
It's an easy practice.
Yeah.
Okay. When, on the other hand, for instance, when we practice the do the meditation, such as meditation on the Yidam deity, and there's recitation of mantra, it can occur that actually becomes something that causes one to fall into that subject-object duality. That there's a subject and there's the object, so the mind of dualistic fixation can arise. But when we look at the true essence of the mind itself, the one who is looking is the essence of intrinsic awareness, and what we are looking at, or what is being looked at, is also the intrinsic awareness. And so there is no subject and object. Within this recognition, there's no possibility for the mind of dualistic fixation to arise. That which is seen is the nature of the three kayas, the true essence of the mind. But it there's no possibility for obstacle in between, because there is no difference between the one who is looking and what is being seen or what is being looked at.
Tene tanda Dzogchen ki chuki la tiki nyamlenta la chikchu sengdo kada chikchu kada sena view tanda tawatal shigoro shi kari yimitil chikchu sengdo tene chike jigayores chike kari jigayore namtot jigayoro te semgi ngowotil rangi sor tayandu semgi ngowotin thoma taatut tene nyomu batamdi rangyard sone dona nyomu ba tsuk matabi jumsanyi chikchu sengdo.
And so this is the practice of Dzogchen. This is specifically the practice of trekchut, or cutting through. And so what is it that we are cutting through? We are cutting through the stream of proliferating thoughts, or how do you like to translate namtok?
Thoughts.
We're cutting through thoughts or concepts. And by seeing or looking directly at the essence of the mind itself. And so within that practice, then there's no way for the afflictive emotions to take hold of us, right?
Yes, cannot stand.
They cannot stand.
Yeah, stand on
their own.
On their own. Or spot.
I have a question. I've heard Trekchut explained, like there's the looking aspect at the mind, which is a form of cutting, but I've also heard it explained almost like cutting, like as if you had like a barrel of hay and you cut the string that holds the hay, and there's almost a relaxation component to it as well. In other words, like there's a relaxing of the mind, but is there a physical component, almost like in the physical body? Like there's a relaxing of the mind, a releasing of the concepts, but is there also a physical component that might be related to that as well?
I really never heard of that, but I heard this stack of hays are bound by one tie or one. Because whether we call afflictions, afflictive emotions, or thoughts are considered to the mind nature, it's tight, it's binding something. That's more metaphor than the physically happening something. However, I think when you practice Tikchu, definitely your body is much more relaxed than now. You're thinking something or you're visualizing something. But I don't know. So far, I haven't heard of this cutting is referring to that particular physical things. Yeah. Yeah. Is that?
That's where you heard it. That's where you heard it, right? I mean, you heard Drupon use that example.
Can you translate that? Because maybe sometimes these Dzogchen and Dzogchen mix together. So we
sometimes Mahamudra and
Cha-
Dzogchen get kind of mixed together.
Yeah. Could be what Drupon Rinpoche was saying in the Dzogchen has this imagery of similar idea that what you are talking about. It
with
could
the
be
relaxation of the body.
Then this Dzogchen cutting through is also this term cutting through. Dzogchen Jut is the cut here. Chike means almost through, not lift any single thread or kind of.
Like there isn't any, it's like cutting. So the second part of the tip, right, is more, because it sounds like he's saying there isn't anything that you actually cut or anything that you hit, sort of, right?
No.
That's the through part.
If there's a bundle of haze or threads and you cut it, don't left any one single thread behind. You need to cut the entire, cut it thoroughly, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why maybe they go cutting through, through the through part. Yeah. Could be, this Dzogchen and Dzogchen. There's a union. Mahamudra and Dzogchen are very similar. Sometimes people practice both, and also there's a book called Union of Mahamudra and Dzogchen. And so, yeah. Any others? Okay.
Thank you. I believe it was Vairotsana met an old man.
Can you repeat again?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I believe that Vairotsana met an old man who thought he could not practice Dzogpa Chenpo. He was too old.
Yeah.
So there was a prop, a stick made to hold his head up and spine very straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the purpose of this body posture prosthetic?
I think it's involved with Zalong. Zalong's channel and winds, or winds and channels. That what our body is built with these channels, and mainly our mind. I mean, we Buddhists or Tibetans, we believe that mind is a separate entity. It's not material that we can touch, but mind itself is a separate entity. It's a little bit difficult, maybe Westerners. Sometimes people believed mind is only just brain activity, but that particular teachings talks about this. Our mind is, whether our mind is busy or not, thinking or conceptualizing or not, is based on a wind that carries our mind in our channels to activate our thinkings. So sometimes the wind is traversing in the wrong way, and people get some sort of mental challenge would happen. And also, if wind traverse naturally, or how it should traverse, then it would have your mental state would be normal. In order to do that, your body at least spine, your spine should
to
be
be
straight,
straight.
because the channels are dealing with the your straightness of your body. That's Drupon Rinpoche no more, but I'm just here say a little bit. But the main part is this the Yeshi Long and Nyomo Long.
There's the wisdom winds and the affliction winds.
Same ti long ki ta la xiong ni tene gab gab nga zo pe xiao ya jie la same ti mi xiao wo nong yiris nga zo same ji ro ti mi gang ba me ba xiao wo tene nang yiris tene long ti nga zo tanda zai nong la yar mar ju bi long ti tene da long wa nong yiris da te mek ni me na yina mi ti da la xiong ne ro du xiao se de combat son me va ti ko se mata combat bo ma tong ken tene do cripple se mare
Oh yeah, cripple.
tene me ti gi da te tene da tal te yo mare se nga to kar san da dal ji
Rains, no
rains.
rains.
tene da te kara jung na korang kang jung na me ti gi
At the mercy.
tanda rāwān yo maris ko tī tātila sab yo marwa. Ane tāti khara jogu sambata jukso yo mar ko tātila mek tila maris tāki mek. Tī yindu tini ngā tsu tā ngabsong kurbi ki nōla simchen ki sem tanda nyomo bi long ton rō dewi tī sem tā tinda wachiris tanda rāwān me bi ki tōng long ki kindo warwa. Tātā tsō te srōngwōn rā wō jī lēp, tēne tsā lōng te sō la tēne yīshī jī lōng o mār tsū tō wā tēne chōngwā yīna, tēne kō rāngshī jī lōng te yōng, rāngshī jī tar wūr chū tō wā tōng, tā mā tēne tā nyō mō bāng gā nē, yīshī jī yā, tā sō tsō mā lōng la tēne chōng yō tēn dō, tsā lōng sē tē pē mē sē, tā nā ngā kī kāps tēne, tā nyā ngā pē mē sē kē chēng bō tsā lōng rā.
So the mind, sometimes there's this metaphor that's used that the mind is like a the mind is like a crippled, so a crippled man or person, and the winds are like a blind horse. So the mind is riding the horse of the winds, or the mind is riding the winds, and the winds like move about, here and there through the channels. With
Oh yeah. Okay.
So the pathway for the winds are the channels. So part of this prosthetic to straighten the back is also to straighten the channels for the winds, because there's the benefit in that. Kind of the calming of the winds through the straightening of the channels. But ordinarily speaking, the winds move about or kind of bolt here and there through the channels with no real kind of aimlessly or without, because like a blind horse, essentially. And the crippled man who rides the horse, which is the mind, is totally at the mercy of the horse, totally at the mercy of the winds, wherever the winds are taking it. And so this is very much, tied to the wandering in the three realms of samsara, because all sentient beings have this predominance of the afflictive emotion winds. So it's like what is carrying the mind, through all of the delusion of the three realms of cyclic existence is the winds. The winds and the mind is very linked. And so based on the practices of Tsalung, or channels and winds, then instead of there being the predominance of the afflictive emotion winds, there develops the predominance of the wisdom winds. And ultimately, then the afflictive emotions are blocked. They no longer arise, and it is only just the wisdom winds that are present. And so this is, very, very profound practice in Tantra, the practice of the channels, winds, and drops. It's a very important, special practice.
我这第二个啊，流长呢，咋长才是吧？长啥工作 ？Straight.
So if the body is straight, then the channels are straight.
咋长呢？long长样呢，long deluxe 就成的 long 让心的我见着头这是。
And if the channels are straight, then the winds are straight, or the winds move straightly, kind of.
这顾盼着做，这流长不结果呀，跟着人头。
And so this is the need for what you're saying. I mean, this is kind of what it comes down to. Why, in the story, there was the emphasis on straightening the spine.
I think behind.
Thank you. Yes, Khenpo, I have sort of two related questions that maybe have the same answer, so I'll ask them in part A and B, and you can answer them however. So there seems to be a lot of similarity in language in Tantra and also Dzogchen when it comes to not differentiating between, good and bad and that kind of thing. They seem, very, very similar language is used in both. And so I was wondering, as part A, if there is any kind of subtle difference in the view of Dzogchen and Tantra on that kind of differentiation, or if it is the same perspective. Part B to that question, earlier today, and I might be getting this wrong, so correct me, but I think you'd mentioned, at like the sutra level, afflictive emotions are to be avoided, and then in Tantra, they're transformed, and then in like Mahamudra, they're looked at directly. And then in the case of Dzogchen here, then there's not even like a method, it's just they're left alone, kind of. And so I think similar to the first part of the question, a lot of times I think, at least to the casual practitioner, the language used or the perspective, at least sometimes from my end, is that, dealing with the afflictive emotions is just Tantra, Mahamudra, Dzogchen, it's all the same, it's like the same method. But, you'd mentioned that there is some differentiation between the transformation and the looking directly at, and the just kind of leaving alone with no method. So I know that's a big topic, but I was wondering if you might be able to give a brief summary of kind of that differentiation between looking at the afflictive emotions in the different systems.
What is first your question? I forget. The second one is, I was more focused on the second one. Can you repeat the first one first?
First one, a lot of similar language is kind of used about not differentiating between good and bad in both Tantra and Dzogchen. And so, so I just want to know if there was a subtle difference between Tantra and Dzogchen on that topic, or if it's really the same perspective.
It's sort of similar, but one thing that Dzogchen, particularly this teaching, doesn't really want to distinguish ultimate truth and conventional truth. The Dzogchen's point of view that the Madhyamaka has these faults or problems that they distinguish or separate these two truths. The true truth is problem. Once you don't really separate these, then there's maybe just advantage of that, because in a sutra level, you say conventionally samsara and nirvana are totally different, but ultimate level, they are the same. Means their intrinsic nature is never, or intrinsic never is absent or empty of intrinsic nature, or their nature is never exist. So that is, I think, a big gap between Dzogchen and the Sutra, and then also the Tantras also has many levels of that. And of course, then in Tibet, the many great scholars talk about this Sutra view and Tantra view. These two are not different at all. It's the same thing. You cannot realize more than emptiness. That emptiness is the highest view, or the realizing emptiness is the highest realization. So there's not more than that. But that's another complication in there. And then that's why they talk about Tantra is superior to the Sutra, because of there's methods that the meditation or practice methods that makes Tantra superior to the sutras. And then also in these particular texts, we sort of discussed these two evenings or 2 days, that seems usually the samsara is caused by individuals' ignorance, seems they start by individuals to things that not based on the Buddha nature or the three kayas or three wisdoms, but rather it's totally sort of unpure, not really substance, but unpure nature, created. But here is talking about both samsara and nirvana arise from the primordial ground, which is nothing but three kayas, and there is not really unpure substance at all, even both in conventional or ultimate. Even we separate that, but there is no separation in. They don't really separate that. I think that's changes the perception of how we treat things. So that's the main thing. And then we talk about the 9 yanas, then as even Tantra itself, we have Tantra 6 classes in the Nyingma system. We have the outer Tantras, they call, the Kriya Upayoga, those are how they treat deities, either deity as a superior or deity as your as same as your level, or and so forth. And then we have these 3 inner yogas or tantra that Maha and Adu and Adi also treat a little bit differently. And even Adi Yoga, which we call Dzogchen, Dzogchen itself has, we talk about this outer inner secret, or the Simde, Longde, Mengade, these are also minutely different view and practice, and that
Did you say minutely different?
Yeah, minutely different. It's subtle. Subtle maybe it's better.
No, minutely is so good.
Okay.
I just didn't hear it.
Okay, yeah. maybe that's not answer well, but that is kind of we can go detailed by some other text, but this is maybe difficult. We thought based on some texts, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to remember or understanding everything in one person is talking. Yeah. Okay. Others?
Khenpo, it is a relation between King of Aspiration prayer and this text in some way, or is non-relation at all?
Yeah, I tried to make a relation this afternoon, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
You did, yeah. I think he's referring to the line he quoted this afternoon. Yeah.
So there's a particular line, it's, we cannot really underestimate sutras that when we talk about Tantra, Mahamudra, Dzogchen, then we are kind of sometimes overestimate these teachings and underestimated the sutra level. Of course, sutra has maybe safe way of saying is just the method is different. It's the view is there already. Yeah. The Panchaparamita sutras, if we read it, as emptiness is very clear that all dharmas are not intrinsically doesn't exist, and also, of course, samsara and nirvana are equal. There's no difference between samsara and nirvana. And even at a conventional level, we talk about these many Buddhas in one single atom can crowdedly, maybe I'm not sure.
Can they all cram in there?
Yeah. Pushing each other and to stay there happily is also another way of saying what we see is not what it is. That makes us open our mind to say there's another possibilities that we can think about. Yes.
Thank you, Khenpo. I'd like to put Preston's question back on the table.
Okay.
What you taught before was in Sutra, we are rejecting afflictive emotions or abandoning them. In Tantra, we are transforming the afflictions into wisdom. In Mahamudra and Dzogchen, we are understanding the nature of afflictions. And in the Chuying Zud, it is beyond all three of these. It is not abandoning, not transforming, beyond understanding even.
Yeah. Sometimes people like to play words, you know. It's, what you are emphasizing, if you want to say this book is the most profound book that no one ever wrote or written, and then emphasizing on that, yeah. And a similar way, in Lord Jigten Zongguang's Gongjik say, Dzogchen Khenpo Yeshi Chungchen Chagye Khenpo Yeshi Sondme Yeshi Sonden de Yidumber Gyomber Yorsongwa. Dzogchen Khenpo Sayate Be Shandos, Be the Chungchen Shandos.
Be Chungchen?
Chung Garuda.
Oh, okay.
Chagye Khenpo Yeshi Sondme Chagye Khenpo Sayate Be Ye Gon Dan Togumarin, Sun Togumaris. Kasi Bei Dan Chin Tene turned out Hakogana Bei in Sona. Bei in Sona. Dushi Jomber yours, Tene compounded things.
Shungmegir.
Bei in Sona. Dushi Jangbar Jor. Nothing but compounded thing.
This is a really hard one. Just the words, yeah. Kineyang the Dzogchen say the pe garud the chong yamba the pe.
Tan Dinola, not so Chachchen the Dzogchen said, the Tele Yagadiores Higorba. Chichina Yabukotomi.
Yeah, Chichina Yabukoma song.
In this teaching, yeah, I want to emphasize this Chuinzu, the text is so important. It's not, cannot be better than this. Similarly, in Lord Jigten Sungong's Gongjik also want to emphasize Gongjik is the most important text, where it say when people teach Dzogpa Khenpo or great perfection, they use example as a Garuda. Means Garuda signifies the Dzogpa Khenpo. But he say, however, the Mahamudra is beyond example, analogy.
Oh, so he's actually saying Mahamudra is better?
What do you think?
Oh, okay. Yeah, now I get it.
If something that signify by example or analogy, that will become nothing but compounded thing. Yeah, is that English or
yeah,
you can you want to?
No, did everyone understand that? Yeah.
So we see is really saying something or just playing word. We don't know. It doesn't really matter.
Is he just saying that this is the best?
Yeah, this is the best. Other things you don't need. Yeah. Some condition.
Hi, Khenpo. Before you were saying that you can't really cut through externally, you have to cut through internally. So now where's the balance? How do we know to study? Because the study sometimes can become quite conceptual.
Yeah.
And then coming back to the internal.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we have a very too much choice, yeah. That's why we always make bad choice, kind of thing. So, too many choices, not choice, but you need to make a choice, and then you already state what you want. That's more choice. I think at least say that in these texts and Gongjik say you should stick with these texts. But of course, then if we don't know we don't have any more knowledge about how these texts arise above all the texts. It's difficult to
really understand,
to appreciate this particular pity text. In order to understand or get there, is we also have built some knowledge. So I don't really know what to say. And my own preference, I would say, I think human mind is not good at doing one thing, get bored or give up things. So have to, in order to appreciate the other things, you need to also know more related things. Then maybe you have more choice, but also then can decide. But however, we cannot meditate 24 hours. We cannot. I mean, we can, but we don't. So, and same thing. We don't really stick with one book to read our whole life, and maybe that has also limited our understanding. I think both practicing and learning and reading and everything's good, I think. Yeah. I don't really have exact, precise answer. Yeah. I think today
there was one more question.
Okay.
And there was something online too.
Oh, okay.
Khenpo. So the terms, starting with the ground, and we use terms like uncompounded and, spontaneous equalness, naturally empty without transition and change. These terms we've gone over the last couple of days all interrelate to each other, obviously. I keep having in my own mind, and I've had this for a while now, and I'm trying to make sure if it's a good summation or a good approximation of where this falls together. I keep coming back to like pure potentiality, some pure potential that is the underlying basis that all of it arises from, that all of it goes back to. And I was just wondering if you could speak to if that's a good maybe summary or amalgamation. There's also, I've heard discussions of maybe how it relates to physics, like a quantum state, maybe from a scientific perspective. I don't know if this is also a good matchup or not, if you could speak to that.
I think this is for us, yeah, it's for us to trying to explain if you think or we need to, in order to make sense to us, these things arising from something, and that this zal is potentiality, that dynamic energy or dynamism, that is also describing what you are talking about, exactly that. But once we conceptualize, I think we think must have something, then it's a kind of a little bit dangerous way to go in. We don't have to have it, but these are more reflecting what we think rather than what it is. It's okay, that's, yeah.
Well, there's a request from Aaron, and it says, Rinpoche, do you give Dzogchen direct introduction, oral, symbolic, and direct?
Direct or indirect? Both?
Yeah, oral, direct introduction.
Either or, was it not?
What's oral?
Or both symbolic and
He said, do you give Dzogchen direct introduction, oral, symbolic, and direct?
Oral, symbolic, and direct.
Oh.
Maybe, yeah.
Saying all,
Aaron, feel free to clarify.
The oral.
Oral.
He's been giving that the whole time.
Yes.
Maybe he's asking for direct introduction. I remember at the last retreat, you shared
Yeah.
some instruction from Dzogchen Rinpoche.
Yes,
be helpful here. I don't
we
know.
did,
But...
and maybe next year. Yeah, there's always next year. Yeah, maybe yes, I do, but somehow this year I didn't, and now it's I don't know. I don't. Yeah, yeah. Maybe next year. Yeah. I think we are. Oh, 听懂了. And anyway, thank you so much, everyone, and coming and online and in person, and we have wonderful translator here, help a lot. It's really great that now you fully understand what I'm saying, and completely, and that's really great. Thank you. And yes, thank you to Rinpoche and allow me to teach. And we need to end here today.
Thank you so much, Khenpo. Really, really amazing and special teachings. Thank you. So we'll do the short dedication. Just short dedication? Okay. On page 24 of the prayer book. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Dragungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Okay. Thank you, Khenpo. Really, truly thank you. And everyone, thank you coming here. And also we didn't finish the Chunin-zu, but we will, Khenpo, please teach me complete. So we so sometime make the time. Right, and then so we are tomorrow is off day. Okay. Okay. Enough, right? Okay.
And then we come back on Thursday.
Thursday, okay. Cool.
Maybe you can explain a bit what
Yeah, so Drupon Rinpoche will be teaching the Tummo section from the... Actually, now it's become not just that, but Chakrasambhara in general, with a focus on the Tummo section, right? Or not?
Whatever comes.
Whatever comes.
But yes, we focus, mainly, so many people here want to practice whatever Ngondo, and so particular Ngondo is not that difficult, so more Chakasamvara is there, a lot of involved, so
there's a lot that's involved.
So I try to, as much as possible, explain how to practice and so on. So there is the involved, there is the motion, and a little bit, what call this, Zalung Tigli, right? The channels and
Channels, winds, and drops.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
No queen get away.